She transmigrated into a novel as the real heiress recently returned to a wealthy family, with an inheritance of 800 million. Even with a son of unknown paternity, she has no worries about finding a husband. However, in the original story, the real heiress was a vicious supporting character bound to a wastrel system, destined to squander the family fortune quickly, stir public outrage, and meet a tragic end. Chapter 1: An 800 million dowry. When Lynn Ruoyan woke up, she found herself inside a romance novel where the story revolves around the inspiring rise of a fake heiress protagonist. Her role: the malicious real heiress who persecutes the protagonist. It was the first big scene in the book where she would make a fool of herself. A luxury car had brought her to a 5-star hotel in the center of Beijing. Tonight marked her first public appearance since being restored to her wealthy family, where she would attend a high-society charity gala and complete her brother's arranged matchmaking task by meeting some eligible young men. According to the original plot, her brother Lin Ruxu had modest expectations for her. He didn't expect her to have the education needed to help with the family business. He only hoped she would find a good man to settle down with, one she could rely on for life, so that she and her son of uncertain paternity could live peacefully and avoid causing trouble for the family. The original character accepted this concept and left her son at home, dressing up glamorously for the event. She planned to establish a graceful vase persona, embracing the idea that virtue lies in lack of talent. However, as a malicious supporting character, this true heiress became a walking target at the event. She lacked any knowledge, was tactless, and had a great love for flaunting her wealth and status. Stumbling around in her towering high heels, she paraded her extravagant outfit, offending nearly half of the guests by the end of the evening. Not only did she bring trouble to her brother, but she also suffered various humiliations as others mocked her. Recalling these scenes, Lin Ruoyan couldn't help but feel a chill. She was already standing at the hotel entrance, and the car that had brought her sped away, leaving her no chance to escape. She could only bite the bullet and head inside. Before transmigrating, she was an average working girl who spent 3 hours commuting on public transit every day, unaccustomed to wearing heels. Luckily, the walk from the hotel entrance to the banquet hall wasn't far. Otherwise, a twisted ankle would have been inevitable. Reaching a quiet corner in the banquet hall, she only wanted to sit down and give her sore feet a break, with no energy or desire to play the villain role. However, as she sat there, she couldn't help but overhear guests murmuring around her. A group of men and women in designer suits and evening gowns clustered together, swapping the latest news about Beijing's elite circles. In this era, cell phones had just arrived in the domestic market and could only make calls and send text messages. For official news, people relied on newspapers, and the upper class shared fresh gossip primarily at social gatherings. Have you met the Lin family's real heiress? No, but I heard she's a country bumpkin from the rural south. Oh, even though Miss Li isn't the biological daughter, she's grown up in the Lin family, renowned for her looks and talent. So many men want to marry her. What a messy situation. Isn't Miss Li coming tonight? She won't be here. She's apparently busy preparing to study abroad, so she might not even stay in the country in the future. Do you think she's avoiding this country bumpkin? Probably. Wouldn't you hold a grudge in her shoes? This was all a sin from the previous generation, and poor Miss Li is innocent. Exactly. I heard the real heiress was raised by poor adoptive parents and didn't get much education, shy as can be. Not much education. That's being generous. I heard she paid to attend high school but never graduated, then worked in a factory and even did some bar gigs. She's got a son old enough to buy soy sauce. She's only 25, though. The son's that old. Did the father come to Beijing with her? No one knows who the father is, but he certainly didn't come with them. Do you all know why there are so many promising young men at tonight's party? Oh? You don't mean? That's right. Mr. Lin was very generous. When he passed away, he left his biological daughter a cash inheritance of 800 million. Even his son didn't get as much, and Miss Li is walking away empty-handed. Wow, that much for a dowry. Miss Li leaving empty-handed? Poor thing. Yes, it's a shame. I heard that the gentleman invited tonight are single, no matter their profession. Look, none of the young men brought dates. Seems the rumors are true. Seriously, with a dowry that size, any woman would have suitors lining up. A wife and child in one package deal who needs to work hard when it's all set up, right? Most guests sympathized with the fake heiress, while Lin Ruoyan, the real heiress from the countryside, rough around the edges, allegedly promiscuous, and with a fatherless child, had been firmly labeled. Lin Ruoyan knew their gossip wasn't entirely off the mark. According to the story, the true heiress was switched at birth and grew up in a small town in the south. Her adoptive parents had worked as nurses at the private hospital where Lin's mother had given birth. Miss Lee, born with a congenital heart condition and with no money for treatment, had been swapped with Lin Ruoyan. Later, while Miss Lee received treatment, the Lin family discovered she wasn't their biological daughter, but they continued to raise her well. Fearing exposure, her biological parents had quit their jobs and fled with Lin Ruoyan to their southern hometown, cutting off all ties with their biological daughter. They worked hard and indulged Lin Ruoyan out of guilt, sparing her from any chores, which fostered many bad habits. The true heiress was lazy, avoided school, and never graduated, despite paying for private high school for years. Through family connections, she secured a factory job but mainly used her time to moonlight at a friend's bar. With her bad attitude and vanity, she even had a child out of wedlock. Although the novel later revealed that her son's father held a special identity, no one at the gala knew this backstory. To these guests, a bar-going, dubious parentage single mother could never match up to Miss Lee. She would have been better hidden away instead of attending a gala, trying to mingle with outstanding young men. It screamed money talks and made others envious and resentful. Setting aside the envy-inducing premise, Lin Ruoyan was quite content with her current situation. Her adoptive and biological parents were deceased, and with no one to care for but her son, her only remaining family was her older brother, Lin Ruxu, who was 5 years her senior. He managed the family business, and as the true heiress, she didn't have to lift a finger because her parents had left her a cash dowry of 800 million. Even if the entire amount were kept in a regular savings account, the annual interest rate in the novel's era was 0.99%, meaning she'd still receive 8 million in interest alone. It was as if she were born maxed out, destined to be a winner in life. She didn't need to worry about money. The wastrel system interrupted her thoughts with a polite reminder, "Dear host, with the wastrel system now bound to you, you'll need to work on that fortune if you want to stick around." Chapter 2, isn't it just about spending money? Lin Ruoyan chuckled. The spendthrift system was finally online. While other systems helped their hosts reach the pinnacle of success, the spendthrift system bound to her was, according to the book, specifically designed to drag her down. Ignoring it wasn't an option, it actually dared to speak up. In the storyline, the true daughter returns to her wealthy family with a warped mindset, constantly competing and flaunting in her vanity. She despises the talented, fake daughter in the family, stirs up trouble for her brother, and indulges in a life of luxury and wastefulness, neglecting her own son. Egged on by manipulative people, she quickly squanders her 8 billion yuan inheritance, ending up despised by everyone and dying in misery without ever enjoying a good life. In contrast, the fake daughter, Li Yiqi, who has known all along that she isn't the real heiress, has received an excellent education, possesses a broad worldview, and is graceful and talented. Initially, she plans to escape the family drama by studying medicine abroad, but the real daughter's envy drives her into a car accident, costing her the opportunity. Forced to abandon her studies, she builds a career from scratch and eventually marries a highly successful actor. The spendthrift system provides all of the schemes and lavish expenses the real daughter uses to wreak havoc. Initially merely ignorant and insecure, she is gradually twisted by the system's suggestions, evolving into a selfish, destructive figure who leaves her brother to clean up her mess. If Lin Ruoyan wanted to live a comfortable life for a little while longer, there was no getting around this spendthrift system. Instead of opposing it outright, she decided to take advantage of its conveniences without letting its ideas corrupt her judgment. The system mandates that the real daughter must spend 1 billion yuan every month. Beyond her own spending, she has to lavish money on various men surrounding her, legally and without criminal activity, while showcasing a high profile that triggers jealousy in other female characters to meet the requirements. Each month, if she falls short of spending 1 billion yuan, she will die. If the money runs out, she will die too. To survive longer, she needs to both spend extravagantly and ensure a monthly income of at least 1 billion, to set the foundation for future spending. Her dowry of 8 billion could only keep her going for 8 months without additional income. Since Lin Ruoyan couldn't currently imagine any way to make 1 billion yuan per month, she decided to just focus on getting through the 8 months. Why stress herself with impossible goals? She relaxed immediately. And anyway, wasn't it just about spending money? How hard could that be? However, the real daughter-S body, now inhabited by Lin Ruoyan, had no idea how to indulge in high-end spending. Before coming to this world, she had led a frugal life and had no concept of large expenses on luxury items or artwork. According to the book's description, the mansion she currently lived in was an 800 square meter luxury villa. Her own bedroom suite alone, with its walk-in closet, was about the size of her former tiny apartment. That closet was already filled with branded clothes and accessories, many of which could fetch millions second-hand. Recognizable and unrecognizable luxury brands from around the world were represented. The spendthrift system suggested, host, you could buy some high-end fashion accessories from overseas and phase out the outdated items. This idea hinted at two ways to spend money: traveling abroad and buying luxury goods, both requiring spending big to flaunt her wealth and invite ridicule. But Lin Ruoyan was quick to retort, I could wear an outfit from the closet every day and still have leftovers after 8 months. Shopping for clothes and accessories just wastes time and energy for a mere few 100,000 yuan each trip. A woman who actually despised shopping for luxury items abroad. The spendthrift system was dumbfounded, but it suggested, then buy cars a few million would be easy to spend. Lin Ruoyan recalled that the Villa's garage held cars like a Mercedes-Benz, her brother's commuting car, which was the family's low-profile choice. There were also Maybachs, Ferraris, and other cars worth millions, each with a designated driver, provided by her parents. The cars filled the entire garage, and there was barely room for more. Wait a minute, she thought. Buying a house counts as a major expense. Given how real estate prices in Beijing keep rising, in 10 years, property values would outperform most businesses. Even though she might not live that long, leaving valuable assets for her in-story family wouldn't be a bad idea. She immediately dismissed the car idea. Cars are depreciating assets, and I have no interest in them. Besides, our garage is already full. The spendthrift system murmured, but you could study cars, they are essential for flaunting wealth. Imagine going out with fancy cars to meet various men, showcasing your wealth. I'm not interested in cars, nor do I understand them, Lin Ruoyan replied, her frugality shining through. Besides, the family didn't lack anything, so why repeat purchases? Since she was destined to spend 1 billion every month, Lin Ruoyan decided to use it to fulfill mundane dreams she couldn't afford before indulging herself without troubling others. The spendthrift system sighed. So, how are you planning to spend your money? You should have a relatively practical plan. Lin Ruoyan replied confidently, I once dreamed of buying property in Beijing, finding a job with lots of pay and little work, and a boss who only gives me money and time off. Where would you find a foolishly generous boss like that? The system scoffed. Well, she said, I'm going to be that generous boss myself. With 8 billion, I could buy a few properties and some land in Beijing, start a company, and hire some struggling employees to do nothing but collect a paycheck. Isn't he that brilliant? The spendthrift system was almost overwhelmed. After a stunned silence, it replied admiringly, that's certainly creative. It's efficient and fuss-free. Although properties and land are cheap now, they cost more than buying bags or cars. And with a company, there will be rental, staffing, and financial costs, so it's a sustainable way to spend. Pleased, Lin Ruoyan replied, exactly. Once the company is up and running, the employees will handle the spending for me. I won't need to lift a finger and can live comfortably for as long as I like. Who cares about profits? With a business card like that, I can flaunt my CEO status whenever I please. The system fell silent, realizing this was less about efficiency and more about laziness. Still, her plan fit its spend and flaunt rule, and it seemed Lin Ruoyan's scheme could indeed make it easy to hit the billion-a-month quota. Chapter 3, A True Young Talent. After finishing her conversation with the system, Lin Ruoyan began planning for her son's future. She decided to set aside some effort to outline a solid path for his growth and education. Since they were in Beijing, she'd get him enrolled in a good school district and ensure he formed the habit of self-directed learning from elementary school. This way, even after her departure, he could continue growing independently and become a valuable talent with legitimate credentials to help Lin Ruxu ease some business pressures. With 8 months to accomplish at least one of these goals, she felt it would already be worthwhile. Given her limited vision and imagination, she couldn't come up with much else to aim for. Discreetly rubbing her sore ankle, she dared not make any large movements in her expensive designer outfit, as everything from her clothes to accessories was so costly. Even the high heels she wore were exhausting. Sitting in the corner of a soft sofa, she focused on planning her spending to survive strategy, not intending to engage in conversation with anyone. But while she stayed reserved, someone took the initiative to approach her. A middle-aged man in a high-end designer suit walked directly toward her, his accent revealing a hint of Hong Kong. "You look unfamiliar here, miss. Might I ask who you are?" Lin Ruoyan didn't recognize him, but judging by his age and hair, he seemed to be over 30. "I'm Lin Ruoyan," she replied simply, her mind already elsewhere, thinking about checking out some school district properties tomorrow and arranging for someone to help her start a business. Wu Qinghao's smile grew wider. He politely handed her a business card, introducing himself as a friend of Lin Ruxu's and mentioning that he owned a company. He wasn't overly flattering, just cordial enough to establish his presence. Lin Ruoyan noticed his alligator leather bag, slightly open when he reached for his card, revealing a Maserati key inside. The business card, printed in gold on a white background and written in English, looked quite classy. Having graduated from a prestigious university and studied French as a second language, Lin Ruoyan effortlessly read the English side of the card and, with the combination of his English name, finally recalled his identity. President of XX Technology Company, one of her admirers in the novel and a potential target for her spending. The profligate system excitedly briefed her on Wu Qinghao's background. This man was indeed a young and capable talent. In the story's era, Wu Qinghao's tech company went public in the United States, and he gained attention by partnering with the telecom sector in Z province to introduce the Little Smart wireless phones to China, making quite a splash. According to the novel, Little Smart once boasted over 80 million users nationwide, and he was handsomely rewarded during its peak. Unfortunately, Little Smart was only a temporary solution, filling a gap in the market. When 3G networks became widespread, it quickly faded out and was phased out entirely within 10 years. Only those who withdrew early avoided a huge loss. Regardless, President Wu was talented and capable, and her brother had invited him as a potential match. The system continued. You accepted Wu Qinghao's pursuit to save face and even offered to help him secure Little Smart's entry into Beijing, spending quite a bit of money. The plot did indeed include this event. In the novel, Little Smart's service was not allowed in major cities like Beijing and Shanghai due to policy restrictions. Attempting to defy this, she had spent a lot of money but achieved nothing except resentment. Why bother with such a futile endeavor? She could spend money on Wu Qinghao, but she'd only do it on things she found reasonable and fulfilling. Moreover, she hadn't achieved her modest ambitions yet. If she accidentally spent too much in a month, beyond the system's billion-yuan requirement, she'd essentially be sacrificing her life to pave the way for others. Therefore, even if she intended to invest in this aspiring young talent, she'd first complete her own objectives and then carefully select additional projects. As for romance and dealing with the advances of men she didn't like, she'd rather go abroad to buy luxury goods. She wasn't foolish enough to be swayed by the system. Wu Qinghao, noticing her staring at his card, patiently offered, "There's Chinese on the back. Our company is listed in the US, but our core business will develop in China. The little smartphones we're promoting in the southern region are part of that." He was aware that she didn't have a high level of education and had spent some time in the south, so he tried to find common ground in their conversation. Lin Ruoyan appreciated his goodwill, but goodwill alone did not stir her affections. She trusted her brother's judgment. Even though she had no romantic interest in this young talent, she could at least maintain a casual friendship, exchange a few words, and maybe gain some insight, as long as she didn't damage her brother's network. Interestingly, the novel's time period and economic development paralleled the early 2000s in Lin Ruoyan's real-life experience. As this was still the beginning phase of Little Smart, she was able to discuss its strengths and weaknesses, the mobile phone industry's future, and the potential network expansion in a logical and relatable way, drawing from her knowledge of the novel and her real-world experience. Soon, Wu Qinghao realized that the supposedly middle school-educated Lin Ruoyan was incredibly well-informed about the telecommunications industry. Not only could she identify Little Smart's strengths and limitations, but she also imagined a future where mobile phones would function as cameras, personal devices, and even payment tools, a view remarkably aligned with his own. Where had she acquired such insight? She wasn't superficial at all but rather astute and clear-minded. Although they avoided technical jargon, she had grasped new trends quickly and precisely. She astutely pointed out Little Smart's current challenges and suggested that focusing on mobile hardware and software development would be more promising. This was no simple country girl. It had only been a month since her return to Beijing. Was she already this knowledgeable? Even if Lin Ruxu had briefed her, it took intelligence to absorb and discuss these ideas with ease. Wu Qinghao admired smart, beautiful women and felt glad he'd come. Initially, he'd assumed Lin Ruxu had invited him as a suitor for his sister, and he'd agreed out of politeness, hoping he wouldn't be seriously considered. But now, he was intrigued. After all, he was single and had yet to meet his ideal partner. Little did he know that when Lin Ruoyan took his business card earlier, she had already decided money could be invested, but a romance with Wu Qinghao was off the table. Just then, a woman in an elegant evening gown approached them. She seemed to be an acquaintance of Wu Qinghao, and the two exchanged greetings in English. Lin Ruoyan recalled overhearing this woman gossip earlier, mentioning things like factory girl and bar part-timer in reference to the original character, clearly disapproving of the real heiress. Seeing that she seemed to have something to discuss with Wu Qinghao, Lin Ruoyan sought an excuse to leave. However, it turned out the woman was approaching her directly. Chapter 4, Full of Tea Flavor. This is Miss Lin, right? Fang Yu took the initiative to talk to Lin Ruoyan after greeting Wu Qinghao. It was difficult to hide her cold and arrogant attitude when she spoke. She was not much taller than Lin Ruoyan, but she looked down on people. Wu Qinghao and Fang Yu did not come together, but they did know each other, so Wu Qinghao introduced them to each other. Ms. Lin, this Miss Fang is an elite who returned from studying in Country E. She is currently working in real estate in the south. I didn't expect her to come to Beijing. Fang Yu listened to Wu Qinghao's praise, and her mentality was calm. Just now, she saw the high-quality man she admired took the initiative to chat with the uneducated factory girl for so long, and she felt a little jealous for some reason, so she couldn't help but come over to listen to what they were talking about. Brother Wu is my senior in Country E. He helped me a lot in business before. I didn't expect to meet him in Beijing today. It's fate. I came to say hello. Fang Yu didn't answer why she came to Beijing. She just said in a pretentious manner, sorry to bother you. Please continue chatting. Wu Qinghao said politely, Ms. Fang was talking about helping to introduce friends from Province Z. That's a small matter and not worth mentioning. Miss Lin and I were just chatting casually, but I didn't expect that she knew so much about PHS and mobile phones. Fang Yu was stunned, but said calmly, the economy in the south is indeed developing faster than in the north, and people there are more active. I heard that Miss Lin grew up in the south, so she must be a very talented and open-minded person. Lin Ruoyan always felt that Fang Yu had something else in her words. The prodigal system provoked, this woman mocks you and covets the high-quality man next to you. Can you tolerate this? Follow the script and quickly respond to her with sweet words, or else show her your big diamond ring and gold bracelet to blind her eyes. As a low-level worker, Lin Ruoyan has heard all kinds of sarcasm in real life, and Fang Yu, who is at this level, cannot do any harm to her at all. She was still thinking about the speculation she had just discussed with Wu Qinghao, and by the way, she confirmed from him the economic development of the world in the book. After all, the original book was a romantic novel, and there was not much text on this aspect. She had basically no reference plot when she wanted to start a company. Take the telecommunications industry for example. In the era of the book, many places across the country charged thousands of yuan for installing a fixed-line phone. Mobile phones were not yet popular, and they were mostly black and white, and could only be used to make calls and send text messages. Telecommunications and information charges were extremely expensive, and long-distance roaming calls were charged separately. Although the cheap Xiaolingtong system cannot roam and has poor signal, it is cheap and has subsequent SMS services, so it is competitive to a certain extent. But most ordinary people can't imagine that things that are considered advanced now, such as pagers, PHS, Walkman, VCD players, etc., will be obsolete in a few years. In the future, you only need to bring your mobile phone when you go out. You can take photos, play games, socialize online, listen to music and watch videos, make payments, and do office work on this small device. So if she opened a company, she would definitely not touch the now very profitable PHS. However, Lin Ruoyan knew nothing about the professional field of mobile phone research and development, and what she just said was almost what she said to Wu Qinghao. After being interrupted by Fang Yu's arrival, Lin Ruoyan calmed down. Although she didn't intend to follow the script of the real daughter, the cultural background of her character was there, and it would be easy to become the target of public criticism if she showed her edge. If she just chatted a few words to inspire others, no one would believe that she had the ability to do any big business. Her dream is to start a company that spends 100 million yuan a month in the next 8 months of her lifetime. Whether it makes money or not is another matter, but it is better to avoid offending young talents who are doing serious work. So she put away her previous fantasies and said modestly, "I have learned a lot from chatting with President Wu today. Miss Fang, if you have something serious to discuss, I will go somewhere else first." After she said this, she saw Fang Yu's face full of disgust and contempt, as if she wished she would go away and stop getting in the way, but Wu Qinghao actually looked at her with reluctance. Could it be that I made up some common sense that everyone in the real world has, and Wu Qinghao misunderstood me? Wu Qinghao had been attracted by Lin Ruoyan's description of the future prospects of the telecommunications industry, and even had the idea of developing a mobile phone project. He had not heard enough of Lin Ruoyan's insights, so how could he let her go just like that? "You're too polite, Miss Lin. The insights you just shared are very innovative and gave me a lot of inspiration." Wu Qinghao praised her sincerely, but seeing Fang Yu's unhappy face, he was afraid that he had ignored her, so he added hurriedly, "Ms. Fang, the Lin family is a well-known entrepreneur in Beijing. If your company is optimistic about the North and plans to expand its business to Beijing, it may have business cooperation with the Lin family. Would you like to chat with me? I am also planning to cooperate with the Lin family on a new project." Lin Ruoyan thought, will this ever end? If Wu Qinghao wants to discuss the project, he can just ask her brother to talk. Why is he so ignorant of Fang Yu's tenderness and is still wasting time with her? Fang Yu thought that Wu Qinghao was deliberately flattering Lin Ruoyan, and she didn't believe that such a factory girl could have any insight that would make Wu Qinghao praise her so much. She even speculated that Wu Qinghao really wanted to marry into the Lin family to advance into Beijing. Even though the policy is strict, Xiaolingtong cannot enter big cities at present. However, if it can get help from the Lin family, Beijing and the North may have great potential. Speaking of Lin Ruxu, she has a good reputation in the northern business world, and the arrogant Fang Yu still admires her very much. Even the fake daughter of the Lin family is said to have graduated from a prestigious school and is very talented. Fang Yu really doesn't understand why the Lin family let this country girl go out and embarrass herself. By the way, I heard that Lin Ruxu is still single, handsome and well behaved. Fang Yu thought he would attend today's cocktail party so she could make some friends with him. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, only this factory girl showed up. Fang Yu immediately took up Wu Qinghao's words and talked about her real estate business in the south. She also said that she wanted to look at the market in the north and planned to acquire land in Beijing through formal channels. When it comes to buying a house and land, Lin Ruoyan is more interested than before. Before she transmigrated into the book, she worked in a real estate company, which is a field she is familiar with. She is also thinking about buying a house the next day or the day after tomorrow. Since Fang Yu is in the real estate business, maybe hearing about the current market conditions from her can help us avoid taking detours. When Fang Yu saw Lin Ruoyan smiling but not saying anything, as if she was listening very seriously and really understood, she became more and more unhappy. She didn't want to talk anymore and pretended to be considerate. "I always talk about my business when I'm happy." "Miss Lin, are you being ignored? I heard that this banquet was organized by your brother so that you can formally make some friends. What Mr. Wu and I talked about. I'm afraid it's different from what you've been exposed to before. You may not be interested, right?" Apart from hating Fang Yu's tea-flavored way of speaking, Lin Ruoyan did enjoy the rest of the content. However, the other party had already classified her as a vase, a fool, and a country girl. If she said that she understood real estate, she would have to spend energy explaining it in various ways. Forget it, she is not the only one who knows about real estate. With her current net worth, she can just spend money to buy relevant professional real estate market research reports. She can also afford to seek expert advice. Why should she be despised by Fang Yu here? Since Fang Yu had no intention of talking to her nicely, she would just exchange some pleasantries and return to her lines as the vicious female supporting character. Chapter 5, Discussion on Mate Selection. The prodigal system sensed the host's excitement and took the opportunity to encourage him. "Host, come on, do you need my tips for the vicious female supporting roles lines?" Lin Ruoyan said confidently, "No need, I already have the words." So Lin Ruoyan seemed to cater to Fang Yu's positioning of her as a fool, pretending to be innocent, and answered with a little shyness, "Actually, I am more interested in Mr. Wu and Miss Fang's views on choosing a spouse." After all, it sounds like you have made great achievements in your careers. What kind of expectations do elite and successful people like you have for marriage? Fang Yu curled her lips secretly when she heard this. As expected, this Miss Lin was here for a blind date. I wonder what adult topics she was talking about with Wu Qinghao just now. Could it be about the bar experience in the South? Fang Yu said coldly, Chinese women hold up half the sky. If you have ideals and abilities, and insist on your career development plans and make some achievements, the resistance is actually less than in foreign countries. My ideal partner must be someone who has his own career and vision, and can support my career. We can help each other and move to a higher level. This sentence is very pertinent. Although Lin Ruoyan had always been a low-level worker in her previous life, she could also feel the respect for women in China. Strong women in my country are more likely to succeed than women in developed countries that advocate equality. Fang Yu said confidently that she had a foundation in China to pursue a career, and there was also support and recognition from a certain number of men. In addition, around the millennium, the country abolished welfare housing distribution, and commercial housing sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The southern concept is advanced, and the real estate industry is indeed developing faster than the north, and there are more successful experiences. According to the setting in the book, Beijing has just opened the formal land auction process. Fang Yu immediately smelled the business opportunity and came to Beijing to expand. Her vision and mind are indeed good. Stripping away the tea flavor, Lin Ruoyan recognized Fang Yu's confidence and vision, as well as the fighting spirit of a natural strong woman. However, Lin Ruoyan also read the thoughts of the young talent Wu Qinghao in the book. He and Fang Yu were basically two extremes, and Lin Ruoyan was ready to see how the strong woman would deal with Wu Qinghao's ideas. Sure enough, Wu Qinghao listened to Fang Yu's speech with a smile, and couldn't help but give her some polite praise, but then changed the subject and talked about his completely different expectations for his other half. Wu Qinghao is willing to withstand the pressure and work hard for his career. His ideal wife is virtuous, gentle, and devoted to him, taking care of her husband and raising children at home full-time. What is the saying, 2 children a year, 3 in 2 years, more children, more blessings? If you are not allowed to have more children in China, then go to country M to have one, and it will be easier to have the nationality of a developed country when you are born. It would be best if his wife is also sensible, virtuous, generous, and tolerates his dealings with other women for social occasions. Lin Ruoyan secretly stared at Fang Yu's expression and felt inexplicably funny when she saw that she had endured several times without refuting and looked very tired. Wu Qinghao responded to the country's call for 3 children more than 20 years in advance, which can be regarded as a bit of foresight. So for thousands of years, no matter how it is whitewashed, in a male-dominated society, their ideal type of women may never have changed in essence. Lin Ruoyan had understood this clearly in her previous life, but she didn't say it out loud. Anyway, she didn't intend to rely on a man to make a living, so she wouldn't reveal her true feelings in such an occasion and would not insist on a debate to determine who was better. There is no point in talking unless you agree. After Wu Qinghao's impassioned speech, even a smart person like Fang Yu immediately realized that she was definitely not Wu Qinghao's ideal type. Time was precious and should not be wasted, so she immediately found an excuse to leave. Seeing that Lin Ruoyan was smiling but not saying anything, Wu Qinghao thought that she might have a chance, so he became more attentive. He had no idea that Lin Ruoyan just didn't want to stand up and change seats because her feet hurt, and she couldn't really talk about the key issues of the mobile phone's technical upgrade with her half-knowledge. She was thinking about how to end the topic and free up her mouth for dinner. The only thing Lin Ruoyan was a little worried about was that her blind date had failed today, and how she would explain to her brother Lin Shu when she got home. To be honest, the single young men my brother invited were of all heights, weights and body types, and there were a few handsome ones too, but this was not like buying cabbage and radishes at the market and then taking them home, washing them and putting them in the pot if they looked good. She had experienced a failed relationship before she traveled through the book and knew very well that getting married was different from dating. The purpose of blind dating was to get married. If the two sides had different values and could not accept each other's family situation, the future would be a mess and add to the troubles. If you only date and don't get married, you are just a hooligan. She counted on her fingers and realized that she only had 8 months to live. Why bother to harm others? Wouldn't it be better to save some time to do what you like and enjoy life? Having reaffirmed her position, Lin Ruoyan planned to continue staying in the corner, eating and drinking, watching the talented men and beautiful women in the venue chatting and laughing, while she herself remained calm and kept a low profile. Just now, she used a little trick to make Fang Yu walk away tactfully, and also tactfully expressed that she had no attraction to Wu Qinghao and they were just ordinary friends, thus giving the overly enthusiastic Wu Qinghao a nice guy card. After watching the other person leave sadly, she hadn't even had time to catch her breath when suddenly another young and handsome man took the initiative to walk up to her. This guy's appearance was much better than Wu Qinghao's. He was a walking clothes rack, a 9-headed handsome man. She remembered that the handsome man was surrounded by a group of ladies before and looked like a star. Lin Ruoyan thought about it carefully. Could this be the other blind date that her brother had prepared for her, the frustrated but gentle and virtuous 18th-tier actor, Wei Yishu? According to the original book, the official partner of the heroine Li Yiqi is Wei Yishu. Although Wei Yishu has only acted in some unknown TV dramas broadcast on local channels and not many people know him, his career will continue to rise in the future. After being sculpted by several big IPs, he will become very popular in the circle. At that time, the heroine's career was at a low point, but Wei Yishu made their relationship public, withstood all kinds of public pressure to support the heroine's career, filmed movies and appeared on variety shows non-stop, invested all the money he earned in her company, and endorsed her products. In the end, the heroine's company was successfully listed, and Wei Yishu also won the title of Best Actor, creating a story of a love that is stronger than gold and flying with wings. Lin Ruoyan thought to herself that it was imperative that such an outstanding actor not pretend to date her just for money. Wei Yishu introduced herself as soon as she came up. "Hello, Miss Lin, I am actor Wei Yishu." "Hello." Lin Ruoyan deliberately answered with only 2 words and did not continue speaking. Wei Yishu thought that the other party would stare at him. After all, many women couldn't bear to take their eyes off him. He didn't expect that this real daughter who was rumored to have a chaotic private life and often went to bars would be so taciturn. She didn't even order a drink. She was too quiet and gentle, with eyes only on the food on the table, and was also very cold to him. So Wei Yishu had to chat awkwardly. "My agency arranged for me to attend this charity reception, and one of my tasks is to chat with you for more than half an hour." The future movie king is now very honest. He said frankly that he is just an actor who was paid to pretend to be a suitor of a real rich girl to make the girl smile. A real brother may really do such a thing. Chapter 6, When the Movie King is Down and Out. Lin Ruoyan carefully recalled the scenes where Wei Yishu appeared. It seemed that they did meet at this cocktail party. In the original book, the real daughter was naturally obsessed with the handsome guy. She didn't care that he was just acting. She pestered him and spent a lot of money on him. However, this rich woman's method of keeping him was too derogatory to his noble character, so he didn't appreciate it. But she was also curious about how much money the future movie star was willing to pay for. She asked, "How much is your appearance fee today?" Wei Yishu lowered his eyes and whispered, "It's about the same as filming an episode of a TV series, 1,000 yuan. If you ask me out again in the future, I'll give you at least 800 yuan a day, depending on how long you accompany me. If you require more intimate contact, we'll negotiate a different price. Do you know Li Yiqi? She likes the TV series you starred in. If she invites you out in the future, will you go?" Li Yiqi? The fake daughter of the Lin family. Wei Yishu didn't want to meet those rich ladies anymore. The real daughter in front of him was his sponsor. He could only numb himself by saying that everything was work. Dealing with one was already his limit. However, he had no choice. A trace of grievance flashed across his clear eyes, but he quickly returned to his normal warm smile. "That needs to be reported to my company. If the company thinks the price is right and there is no conflict with your work, then it may be arranged. After all, I'm short of money and I'm just an actor." "Sorry, that's not what I meant." Lin Ruoyan could feel Wei Yishu's self-deprecating tone. The prodigal system urged, "Host, what you said just now is right. A vicious female supporting role should be so domineering. If you can get it done with money, you will never use other means. Since the other party also regards it as a transaction, you spend money to buy happiness, and he makes money just to act. You each get what you need. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match." Lin Ruoyan retorted to the system, "If you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them randomly. I paid for him to act with me, so I'm losing money, right? Who are we acting for? Are we making fun of ourselves?" The prodigal system was speechless for a moment, and then said, "Does the host not want to spend money on this man? He is in need of money. If you give him real money, he will definitely accept it, and you can also take advantage of your power to bully him and do whatever you want to him. In the original book, the real daughter is indeed drooling over Wei Shu, and the future movie star is in a state of poverty at this time. For the sake of money, she reluctantly agrees to a date, but is blocked by the real daughter in various ways. Then Li Ichi happens to appear and rescues Wei Shu. This is the fateful acquaintance of the male and female protagonists in the original book. Now, Lin Ruoyan didn't want to go through so much trouble. Since Wei Shu was Li Ichi's official partner, she could just introduce the two of them to each other. The prodigal system was puzzled. How could you not even touch such a handsome man and just give him to someone else? Then how can you spend your money on him legitimately? I can ask him to be the spokesperson for my company. Lin Ruoyan had already thought about it. If she had to spend money on the suitors of the real daughter in order to comply with the system rules, then she would spend the money on what she thought was worth it. She doesn't understand high-end clothes and cars. How about buying a house for the future movie star? It seems a bit like hiding a beauty in a golden house, which is easy to cause misunderstanding. Alas, no. The prodigal system questioned, "What products does your company sell that you asked him to endorse?" The wealthy Lin Ruoyan replied, "You can also create a product or project for him to endorse. Otherwise, I can simply acquire his agency and hire an expert to tailor a script for him. Isn't this another series of operations that can cost money?" The prodigal system was stunned. This, sounds like it, makes some sense. Lin Ruoyan, who had read too many domineering online novels, was able to sit and talk without any pain, so she said, "Can you show some vision? How much money can you spend at one time by spending money on buying things and giving gifts? What if I can't please them and they are too proud to accept it? Wouldn't that be a waste of my time? Now that I have acquired his agency, it must cost at least several million, right? I can handle the large expenses at once, saving time, effort, convenience and speed. In the future, I can continue to invest and pay him a salary. Since he loves acting so much, he will definitely accept it. When the time comes, won't he do whatever I want him to do?" The prodigal system could only sigh, "Okay, I understand, the pattern." Educating the spendthrift system in the mind does not take up any real time. Lin Ruoyan continued to talk to Wei Shu. "In fact, I also think your acting is very good. You may become an actor in the future. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. People can fly higher after experiencing the lows. You are making money legally now, and you have never lied to me. You told me it was just a transaction, which is very respectable." Wei Shu's lips moved slightly, but he couldn't express the subtle emotion in his heart. He had never met Lin Ruoyan before, and all he heard from others were all negative news about this real daughter. It was hard to imagine that a factory girl who worked part-time in a bar could say such insightful words. Maybe she was also looked down upon by others, so she could have such insights. At this moment, Wei Shu felt as if he had gotten closer to the beautiful woman in front of him. Lin Ruoyan glanced at her diamond-studded watch and asked in a businesslike manner, "There are still 28 minutes left. What do you want to talk about?" "Anything is fine. Just pretend I don't exist and you can recite your lines. I just want to eat quietly. Let's cooperate with each other. Is this really okay?" Wei Shu did not hide his surprise this time. She was so sensible, she understood his suffering, she was calm and composed, and her conversation was so humorous. Lin Ruoyan smiled and said, "With you chatting and laughing beside me, I guess those ugly or flashy men don't dare to approach me casually. We are all just going through the motions. I don't plan to go on blind dates or fall in love with anyone. Can you understand that?" Wei Shu nodded, sat down obediently, and really memorized the lines for the next play beside her. It looked like the two of them were a perfect match, and they seemed to be chatting happily. But in fact, Lin Ruoyan's mind was not on that line at all. All she wanted was to go home after dinner so that the mother and son could interact with each other before her son went to bed at night. As a female supporting role who wants to live longer, Lin Ruoyan knows that the heroine's man must not violate this iron rule. In the future, acquiring an agency or something like that is in the future. For now, she must control herself and must not take the initiative to cross the line. She didn't dare to interrupt him while he was reciting his lines, and she didn't even look at him, concentrating on the food in front of her. After all, it's easy to have wild thoughts when you look at handsome guys too much. When the time came, she had eaten her fill and rested her feet, so she politely got up and left the banquet hall, using the excuse of going to the bathroom. After walking out of the banquet hall, she directly called her own luxury car to drive to their hotel entrance, pretending to be unwell and wanted to go home immediately. When Wei Shu reacted, he only saw the slender figure getting into the luxury car and driving away without even saying goodbye to him. Wei Shu couldn't help wondering, how come this real daughter looked more like a worker than him? She came to the charity reception, ignored the handsome guy who was chatting with her, didn't say a word, didn't take up even a minute of the half hour, and left right after eating, as if she was going to leave work at a certain time. It was the first time he met a woman who had no interest in him. Then he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Perhaps Miss Lin, who was worth over 100 million yuan, despised his identity as an actor. Chapter 7. She wants to start a company. The large villa where the Lin family usually lives is located in the most traditional villa area in Beijing. It would be difficult to walk home in such a community without a car. The luxury car entered the community surrounded by trees. The street lights in the dark showed a warm brightness, not too dazzling, but revealed a just right tranquility. Every household here has its own door and yard, and the greenery is cleverly separated from each other, so you can hardly see your neighbors. The Lin family's villa is located in the core of the community, with the best view. It covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters and has only 2 floors above ground. The car stopped at the front door, and Lin Ruoyan returned home with a prepared mood, but found that the lights in the living room on the first floor were off. Her brother should have returned home by now, and he was probably still busy working in the private study on the second floor. Upon learning that her sister had returned early, Lin Ruxu temporarily put down the work in her hands and went to the first floor. The maid, Mrs. Chen, was very perceptive. When she saw Lin Ruxu was about to go downstairs, she quickly turned on the light on the first floor. The prodigal system quickly reminded, "This Chen's wife probably doesn't consider you as her own family. When you came back, she acted as if she didn't see you. When your brother went downstairs, she was busy turning on the lights. It's so obvious that she treats you differently. Such a servant should be taught a lesson." However, Lin Ruoyan could understand Mrs. Chen's thoughts. Sister Chen had been working as a maid in the Lin family since Lin Ruxu was a child. At that time, the real daughter was not yet born. Sister Chen's first priority was definitely the young master Lin Ruxu, whom she had taken care of since childhood. She had not yet formed a cognitive inertia for the unfamiliar Lin Ruoyan who had just been brought back, so it was impossible for her to pay full attention to her. She returned home quietly today, and Mrs. Chen didn't know whether she went straight upstairs to rest. The lights in the first floor porch and stairwell were on, so there was no need for Mrs. Chen to turn on other lights. However, according to the original book, the real daughter did not look at the maids at home with a straight face, and acted bossy. Because she was afraid of being looked down upon by the maids, she became more and more arrogant and found fault with everything. The maids soon discovered that the real daughter was a fool and ignorant, so they pretended to be stupid and ignored her, which made the situation even worse. The real daughter was scolded by a lot of people outside, and no one cared about her when she returned home. She felt isolated and even the maids did not respect her, which made her particularly angry. Lin Ruoyan doesn't want to experience this kind of life. She never felt that the maids were inferior to others. After all, compared with the maids in the mansions, she, a low-level worker, didn't make much money and wasn't necessarily respectable. So she had already planned to be polite to the maids in the house in the future, so that everyone would be happy and I would be happy. I remember that Mrs. Chen was absent-minded these 2 days. In fact, it should be because of something at home. In short, she was short of money. This is easy to deal with. Lin Ruoyan plans to find an opportunity and use this as a starting point to establish a sincere and trusting friendship with Mrs. Chen. After Lin Ruoyan made up her mind, she ignored the provocation of the spendthrift system. After she entered the room, she took only 2 steps and her feet started to hurt, so she simply sat on the sofa, preparing to discuss future arrangements with her brother. Lin Ruxu glanced at her watch and asked in confusion, "It's still early, why didn't you stay at the party a little longer?" According to the plot, Lin Ruxu missed the charity reception tonight because she had an important business meeting tomorrow. Therefore, the original daughter of the book was unrestrained and showed off her shameful behavior at the reception. In fact, Lin Ruxu was relieved that his sister came back early. She didn't seem to be feeling unwell. Was she not used to such celebrity gatherings and made an excuse to leave early? Then he couldn't help but blame himself, thinking that he shouldn't be obsessed with work and should accompany his sister to the cocktail party. Lin Ruoyan knew that her brother had limited time, so she took advantage of his concern for her and quickly recounted her experience at the party, especially commenting on the two blind date candidates. Wu Chenghao is a talented person. He talked to me about the PHS business, and I also suggested that he could make plans in advance for the software and hardware business of mobile phones. The actor Wei Shu is quite handsome, and he is honest and upright. He told me in advance that he was only charged for chatting with me. I listened to him reciting lines, and I found that he was full of emotions and his acting skills were not bad. If he encounters a good script, he will definitely become famous. Lin Ruxu wondered if her sister had misunderstood something. She had clearly explained to her before she left that she was going there just to go on a blind date, make friends, and meet someone she liked and fall in love with. Why did it feel like the content of the meeting was a little off track? Of course, he didn't dare to ask directly, so he euphemistically asked, "What else? Where are the others?" "Oh, I also know Fang Yu, a strong woman in real estate in the south. She may enter Beijing. If she has a way to get land from formal channels early, she will have a promising future." Brother, Fang Yu is very optimistic about the development of the national real estate market. I also think that the price of commercial housing in Beijing will definitely rise steadily in the future. Let's take advantage of the cheap housing prices and buy a few more houses to store. At this time, Lin Ruxu no longer dared to let her sister's imagination run wild, and asked the key point, "Do you think there is a suitable marriage partner?" Finally getting to the point, Lin Ruoyan adjusted her expression to be very serious and replied, "Brother, I don't want to get married. I plan to start my own company." Lin Ruxu certainly couldn't say no, but he thought in his heart that his sister must have been influenced by Fang Yu or some strong woman, and suddenly changed her personality and wanted to start a company. He said tactfully, "In fact, life is not just about marriage and family. If you want to start a company, I won't stop you. You will know how hard it is if you try. So what kind of company do you plan to start?" "Let's open a real estate company." Lin Ruoyan didn't expect her brother to be so easy to talk to. Maybe it was because his family was wealthy, so he opened the company casually without even asking her how much money it would cost. It's just that she had only worked in a real estate company before she transmigrated into the book, so she was familiar with the structure. This way, she didn't have to look up any information when pretending to start a company. She could just say a few words casually without worrying about her brother's questioning, and it was also easier to make up lies. The prodigal system silently complained. The host even skipped the most brain-consuming part of starting a company and directly copied the real world to start a real estate company. Not to mention, if a real estate company has a complete structure, the initial human cost investment is very high. Buying a piece of land and then starting a big project, it is still easy to spend 100 million a month. So this is the pattern, it really is much faster than buying a bag. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoyan's lazy answer confirmed Lin Ruxu's guess. He secretly complained to Fang Yu. Fang Yu should just be a strong woman and be beautiful all by herself. Why did she drag his sister to open a real estate company? His sister didn't even graduate from high school. She used to work on the assembly line. How could she know the ins and outs of real estate? Moreover, there are so many state-owned enterprises in the north. Even if the welfare housing distribution has been cancelled, these large enterprises have invested money to build welfare housing for employees and sold it at a low price. I heard that such houses only cost 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. In short, every family has a house to live in. Even if the unit does not care, there are also ancestral yards and land waiting to be demolished and moved into affordable housing. Who would spend more money to buy extra commercial housing? But his sister is very active in starting her own business, so how can he, as her brother, discourage her? Anyway, it doesn't cost much to start a company, so let her experience it herself and quit when she knows it's difficult. In the future, she will know how easy and comfortable it will be to find a man to entrust her life to and be a housewife to take care of her husband and children. Chapter 8: Spending Money on My Son. After Lin Ruxu took over the family business, he felt the pressure of responsibility. He fantasized more than once that he had an older brother or sister, so that he wouldn't have to work so hard to support the family alone. He even thought that if he were a girl, his parents might not be so strict with him and force him to inherit the company and make it flourish. He had hoped that the smart and sensible Li Yiqi would graduate early and join the company to help out, but he didn't expect that Li Yiqi was not interested in this, and then his sister came back. Li Yiqi had lived in the school since college, and now he had completely moved out of the big villa. He also said that he wanted to study medicine abroad. Medical studies take at least 5 to 8 years, so when can he return to China? It seems that Li Yiqi is determined not to work for Lin's. Feeling her sister's expectant eyes at this moment, Lin Ruxu hesitated for a moment and decided to give her a chance. My sister is not good at studying, what if she has a talent for business? Real estate is real estate, anyway, the Lin group does not have this category at present, let her start from scratch and try it out. He said, then it's up to you. I will arrange for my assistant Wang Kuei to contact you tomorrow. If you want to register a company or something, just contact him. My dear brother, this is awesome. Lin Ruoyan did not refuse assistant Wang. The book mentioned that Wang Kuei was a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. He was a close confidant of Lin Ruoyan, who was trained to be a capable and efficient person with the goal of becoming the general manager of a branch company. Lin Ruoyan knew nothing about registering a company, so she asked Wang Kuei to help her. But after the company was established, she did not plan to transfer staff from the existing employees of the Lin Group. She has a clear understanding of her own abilities. Her company is not aiming for profit at all. Therefore, she will definitely recruit some people from society who have difficulty finding jobs, just for show. She must not delay the future development of those young and promising talents in the Lin family's large group. Lin Ruxu did not ask his sister about the details of her idea of opening a real estate company. After all, maybe his sister was just talking about it on a whim. It was not easy to open a company. If she changed her interest after a few days, it was possible that the matter would be left unfinished. So he had to hurry up and deal with his work. Lin Ruoyan thought that she had almost communicated well and wanted to go upstairs to see her son, so she took the initiative to end the conversation and let her brother get down to business first. Lin Ruxu was indeed focused on work, and turned back to the study on the second floor. Before the study door was closed, he saw his sister carrying high heels upstairs. Was she afraid that the sound of high heels stepping on the ground would disturb his work? Lin Ruxu couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She thought carefully about what her sister had just said. Although the blind date was fruitless, her sister seemed to have unique insights into business and judging people. Of course, Lin Ruoyan didn't wear shoes because her feet hurt. The marble floor at home was so clean that you could see your reflection in it. The second floor was paved with solid wood flooring, which was very comfortable to walk on barefoot. Lin Ruoyan tiptoed back to her bedroom, thinking about how to communicate with his somewhat autistic son Lin Mingxi. Her son hardly talked to anyone except her. When he was taken back to the mansion in Beijing, although a separate room was prepared for him, he was afraid of the dark and strangers and was determined not to live alone. He insisted on sleeping with her at night and rarely left her room during the day. Son, you haven't slept yet. Lin Ruoyan walked to the small figure on the sofa and asked softly, what are you looking at? Lin Mingxi showed the cover of the latest edition of the hardcover children's encyclopedia in her hand without saying anything. Lin Ruoyan guessed that it must be something that her brother asked the housekeeper or the servant to buy for her. There would definitely not be such ready-made children's books in her brother's study. According to the plot of the original book, the son of the real daughter is actually a genius. Although he is only 5 years old, he has learned thousands of words by looking in the dictionary by himself. Reading Chinese books on his own is no problem, he has a photographic memory, and he is extremely talented in learning foreign languages. The son seldom spoke, and the original owner never had the patience to communicate with him, so she always treated him as a normal autistic child. The more she ignored him, the more afraid her son was to communicate with her. Various misunderstandings arose between mother and son, and in the end they became strangers. After the real daughter died, her son was carefully educated by the fake daughter. He was admitted to university when he was less than 14 years old. Later, he became a top scientist, a national key scientific researcher, and the youngest Nobel Prize candidate. How could a mother ignore such an outstanding son? She must make proper arrangements for him before she died. The prodigal system asked in confusion as usual, host, your son should follow the plot and just ignore him. Lin Ruoyan asked back, is Lin Mingxi a man? The prodigal system cannot deny that the child is indeed a boy. I follow the rules and spend money on the men who surround me. What's wrong with that? Lin Ruoyan argued wisely, do you know what costs the most money? The spendthrift system was stunned by the question. It had been brainwashed by their host's big picture before, and answered in a self-righteous way, "This is not difficult for me. Everything the host is about to do will cost a lot of money." Lin Ruoyan patiently explained, "According to scientific research, raising children is of course the most expensive thing in the world. Children are money-eating beasts and money-shredding machines for their parents. Parents spend on their children impulsively, investing without considering the cost, and choosing the most expensive and best. In the original book, I completely ignored my son's needs, which wasted a lot of opportunities to spend money reasonably. The spendthrift system suddenly realized, so, the host intends to spend money recklessly on his son." Lin Ruoyan nodded, "I guess so. As a mother, I feel more comfortable spending money on my son than paying for other men. Don't you think so?" The prodigal system was speechless. Why did it suddenly feel like crying? Lin Ruoyan didn't consider the acceptance of the spendthrift system. Since the system didn't block it, she would plan her son's future first and try her best to convert the real money she invested into her son's skills. There should be multiple options for her son's future study. Although the family may have the conditions to support Mingxi to go to an international school, and it is not difficult for him to study abroad when he grows up, Lin Ruoyan thought that since the family is rich, with 800 million yuan, she must buy a few decent school district houses that can be registered. If my son doesn't want to go to a prestigious public school and doesn't need the school district house, then reselling it in the future will be a surefire profit. The most expensive school district housing in Beijing is in X-City District, which is close to various scenic spots and historical sites as well as the headquarters of state agencies and state-owned enterprises. The financial street area is now being developed, and many office buildings, high-end hotels and shopping malls have been renovated. It is certain that buying a house nearby will increase tenfold or 20-fold in a few years. Ordinary houses are too cheap and the quality is not very good. How about she just buy a courtyard house? In real life, Lin Ruoyan has visited a homestay converted from a courtyard house. The traditional exterior, modern and livable interior decoration, and expensive furniture and appliances give it a sense of seclusion in the city. The courtyard houses in this kind of place are only a few minutes' walk away from various famous attractions. There are key primary and secondary schools all around, and it is very convenient to buy groceries and go to the hospital. It is really a great choice for raising children. According to the development of the times described in the book, it is not expensive to buy a seheyuan now. But more than 10 years later, the selling price of a courtyard house of several hundred square meters with complete property certificates starts at hundreds of millions. She will spend 800 million yuan in the next 8 months. When she leaves, she will have to leave some fixed assets for her son to rely on. Chapter 9, Beautiful and Kind. Lin Ruoyan opened the children's encyclopedia, found the famous scenic spots in Beijing, and asked, "Son, these scenic spots are in Beijing. Shall we go and see them together tomorrow?" Lin Mingxi looked puzzled. Lin Ruoyan was like a salesperson trying to fool people into selling tourist products. She spoke eloquently about the long history of the Forbidden City, Jingshan, Beihai, and Prince Gong's mansion. In short, although you want to buy a courtyard house, you can also take a look at the surrounding attractions. It shouldn't be a big deal. She would visit and learn more about which one her son was interested in. She didn't have a proper job anyway, so she could just register the company with assistant when arranged by her brother. It would be a good idea for her to take some time out of her busy schedule to spend more time with her son. Unexpectedly, Lin Mingxi was not interested in what she heard. Her eyelids were drooping. Finally, she couldn't hold it anymore and said, "Mom, I'm sleepy. Let's go to sleep." Lin Ruoyan was shocked. Was her words so bland and hypnotic? Perhaps her son would like the amusement park more at his age? She took her son to the bathroom to wash up while asking for suggestions for improvement. "Son, you have been staying at home for so many days. Is there any place you want to go?" "A big bookstore. I finished reading the books my uncle bought." It was rare for her son to say so many words at once. Lin Ruoyan thought that this didn't seem to be typical autism. Maybe the genius didn't want to pay attention to ordinary people and pretended to be autistic. Since her son had such an idea, how could she refuse? Anyway, there were also big bookstores in places where courtyards gathered, so she readily agreed. "Okay, tomorrow Mom will take you to the West D book building, there are many books there." Lin Mingxi's little face finally showed an expectant expression. He found that his mother seemed to have changed. In the past, his mother hated reading the most. There was not even a dictionary in the house except for some old-fashioned magazines. After returning to his home in Beijing, the main reason why Lin Mingxi didn't like to go out was that there were many books and dictionaries in his uncle's study, such as the Xinhua Dictionary, the Idiom Dictionary, and famous ancient poems. His uncle also specially bought him more than a dozen new editions of children's books. He was not disturbed every day, and his food and clothing were taken care of by the servants. He only had time to read books, and time passed quickly, and he was very happy physically and mentally. Unfortunately, he had read almost all the books he could understand. He has recently started to secretly read English books. There are several English dictionaries in his uncle's study, which can help him understand some of the books. In addition, there are popular science books such as Mathematical Principles, Literature and Art, which are very interesting. His mother changed her temper tonight and agreed to take him to the big bookstore tomorrow. He was very happy. He washed up, changed into pajamas, lay on the bed and fell asleep immediately. In real life, Lin Ruoyan has never been married and has no children, but she got a genius son for free when she traveled through the book. She has no worries about food and clothing, and she doesn't have to deal with her son's father and in-laws like a normal family. It's really great for her to be single and raise the child, leaving the father behind and keeping the son. My son is very handsome, with more delicate features than the little girl, big eyes and long eyelashes. Even now he has a smile on his face even in his sleep. He will definitely be a gentle and handsome boy when he grows up. Unfortunately, she only lived for 8 months and was unable to grow up with her son. Fortunately, her own brother and the fake daughter Li Ichi were both kind-hearted people. She secretly made up her mind that while she was still alive, she would teach her son how to communicate with others normally, so that she could become more lovable and make more friends. This way, even if she is gone in the future, her son will not be alone. The next morning, Lin Ruoyan took her son to the breakfast room on the first floor as usual, but found that her brother had worked overtime and slept too late the night before and had not woken up yet. Lin Ruoyan was a little disappointed, but she still asked Mrs. Chen to remind her brother to have a good breakfast and not to just make do with it. If he really didn't have time, he could bring a lunchbox and eat in the car. Mrs. Chen immediately understood and packed a meal in an insulated lunchbox. Lin Ruoyan also helped to pack and brought up the topic, "Mrs. Chen, you look worried." Mrs. Chen was stunned for a moment, and covered it up by saying, "No, I didn't sleep well these days, so my reaction was slow." "I'm sorry that the young lady was offended." Lin Ruoyan said sincerely, "My brother is busy and can't pay too much attention. But we are all family. If you have any difficulties, you might as well talk to me." Since Li Ichi was admitted to university at the age of 18, she only came back during the holidays. Mrs. Chen felt that the house had become much quieter. At this moment, she thought that Miss Li had returned. It turned out that Miss Ruoyan was not cold and introverted. She ignored people a few days ago, probably because she was shy. Now she looks very approachable, thoughtful, and seems easy to get along with. Mrs. Chen said boldly, "My uncle came to Beijing from his hometown for medical treatment. I didn't expect the deposit for hospitalization and surgery to be so high. I used my salary to buy an investment, but now it's not due, so I can't withdraw it. My uncle is a country boy and thought that investment means fixed-term payment, and he thought I was reluctant to give up the interest. Alas, I can't explain it clearly, but I just can't withdraw it. But medical treatment and hospitalization can't wait, so I'm a little worried." "Then how much money do you need?" Lin Ruoyan quickly expressed her opinion, "I'll just lend it to you first." Mrs. Chen is an honest and decent person. The salary she receives from the Lin family is always the highest in the industry. There is only one owner in the family, and her job is quite leisurely. How can she ask the owner for money? She hesitated and said, "That's not possible. I wanted to take half a day off today to go to the financial management company to talk to them and ask for the money." Lin Ruoyan soothed him gently, "Financial management depends on the contract. If it was agreed that the money could only be collected on a certain date, you still have to follow the contract when you go there. It's 50,000 yuan. I just want to withdraw it. How can they not give it to me?" Mrs. Chen muttered. Before she traveled through the book, 50,000 yuan in cash was not something Lin Ruoyan could easily take out, but now she has 800 million yuan in her account. The original book didn't explain the plot in such detail. It only said that the real daughter not only didn't help Chen Saw, but also disliked and criticized her in various ways, which made people feel cold. Lin Ruoyan thought that the deposit Chen Soa mentioned could be as high as possible, but it was only 50,000. The prodigal system said unhappily, "Host, how could you give money to Mrs. Chen?" Lin Ruoyan retorted, "I'm giving money to Chen Soa's uncle." What's wrong? Chen Soa's uncle is not a man anymore. The prodigal system was a little short of breath. He is a man, but you have never seen him before. Lin Ruoyan was at ease. Then I'll go to the hospital after I'm cured, then we'll know each other, right? The prodigal system was defeated. In Lin Ruoyan's opinion, no matter how little money is, it is a normal and reasonable expense. She said, 50,000 is not a lot, please don't be polite. Wait a minute, I'll go up and get it for you. Don't think too much, saving people is the most important thing. After spending this money, Lin Ruoyan has no plan to get it back. She has to spend 100 million every month, and 50,000 is really nothing. Mrs. Chen, please don't pay it back. Try to delay it for a year or two, and wait until she has spent the last 8 months in peace. In this era, online banking is not popular, and it is standard to carry a wallet and cash when going out. Therefore, Lin Ruoyan has a small safe in her bedroom, where she keeps some cash for a long time, so that she can spend money when she goes out without having to wait in line at the bank to withdraw money. Of course, the so-called pocket money was at least 100,000 yuan. She quickly went back to her room to get 50,000 yuan in cash and gave it to Mrs. Chen, saying, "You have worked in my family for so many years and know me well. Even if you don't need to borrow money, you can get an advance on your salary." Mrs. Chen was so moved that her eyes turned red and she burst into tears. She really didn't expect that Miss Ruoyan was so beautiful and kind. Chapter 10 Buying a Seheyuan. After Lin Ruoyan and her son finished their meal and changed into clothes for going out, she asked the driver to drive them to the West Book building in the city. Lin Ruxu struggled to get up when the alarm rang for the third time. She hurriedly washed and changed her clothes. She didn't even think about going to the restaurant to eat because it was already too late. Mrs. Chen, who had already determined that Lin Ruoyan was a kind-hearted person, naturally carried out her orders seriously from the bottom of her heart. She waited at the door and handed the carefully packed and warmed meals to Lin Ruxu, saying, "Miss Ruoyan asked me to prepare it in advance." She also told the young master that even if you just eat a few bites in the car, you must not skip breakfast. No matter how busy you are at work, you must not neglect your health. In the past, when his parents were around, they naturally took care of the company's affairs. Lin Ruxu was rarely so busy that he stayed up late and had no time to eat breakfast. Later, when he took over the company, Li Ichi had already lived in the school for a long time. He had always been the only owner of the house, and he was used to doing whatever he wanted. His younger sister returned home with her lovely little nephew, bringing more people to their house. He finally felt the warmth of being cared for and missed by his family again. In the luxury car, he did not read any documents for the first time, but hurried to eat breakfast. As soon as he arrived at the office, he called his assistant Xiao Wang and asked him to contact Lin Ruoyan, not only about registering the real estate company, but also told Xiao Wang not to be busy with other things during this period of time, but to concentrate on being Lin Ruoyan's assistant, handling those chores and responding to all requests. After waiting for the most important business meeting in the morning to be over, Lin Ruxu was still thinking about his sister, so he took the time to ask Xiao Wang to come in and report on any progress and difficulties in the work. After all, Lin Ruoyan probably didn't have an assistant before, so maybe her instructions were not clear, or she just made a big fuss, which would make the assistant confused and difficult to deal with. He could also help correct the situation in time. He didn't expect that when he actually asked something he didn't expect. Wang Kuei said nervously, "Boss Lin, in addition to asking me to help register a real estate company today, Miss Lin also asked me for the contact information of a reliable real estate agent, saying that she wanted to buy a courtyard house in the city." Lin Ruxu couldn't hold back when she heard this. What's going on? Was she cheated? The courtyard house in the city is so shabby, there's no heating or gas, and it's said that people have to go to the public toilet outside. It will be demolished sooner or later. What's the point of buying that? I don't know either. I also advised her and gave her the contact information of an agent as requested by Ms. Lin. The agent is my classmate. If it is really unreliable, she can also check it. Wang Kuei answered very pertinently. Lin Ruxu calmed down and thought about going home to ask his sister what happened in person. He couldn't jump to conclusions now. Maybe his sister was just being influenced by others, so he asked again, "Who went out with Ruoyan today? Do you know?" Ms. Lin was out with her son. When I contacted her, she was buying books at West D Book Building. She said she liked the city very much. It has a lively atmosphere and is convenient to go anywhere. Maybe that's why she wanted to buy a house in the city. Did she ask you to do anything else? Wang Kuei hesitated for a moment, but still said with a guilty look on his face, "Ms. Lin asked me if I knew which kindergarten near the West D Library building had a good reputation. I don't even have a girlfriend, and I have never paid attention to such questions before, so naturally I can't answer. It's really hard for you." Lin Ruxu was also confused by her sister's wild and imaginative thinking. However, if she wanted to find a kindergarten for Mingxi, there was a kindergarten branch in the international school in the villa area near her home. It provided bilingual teaching, first-class hardware and software, and the school building was luxurious. It was definitely much better than the ordinary public kindergartens in the city. Unexpectedly, Wang Kuei said, "No." After Miss Lin made this request, she learned that I didn't understand, so she patiently taught me a method. It's true, I didn't think that things could be done this way before, and it benefited me a lot. What kind of magic did her sister use to make a top student like Wang Kuei praise her so much? Lin Ruxu became interested when she heard it and asked, "How come she can also teach you how to do things?" Ms. Lin has very clear requirements for the results of this matter. She said that it can be explained clearly in just 2 pages. Wang Kuei talked about his insights on this matter with a look of reverence. The 2 pages that Lin Ruoyan mentioned were really just 2 pages. One is a marked map of Beijing, with the locations of several kindergartens around the West D Book Building marked and numbered. The other is a brief introduction to the characteristics of the corresponding kindergartens, and the order of the numbers is the recommended ranking. As for what values to rank, you need to think from the perspective of the demand side and fully understand those concerns from the perspective of the demand side. Lin Ruoyan said that the first choice is a school with good teaching staff and new or distinctive school buildings. It would be best if there are more books in the kindergarten, as Lin Mingxi likes to read. Secondly, you can consider bilingual teaching, and the kind that really has foreign teachers. As for household registration requirements, fees and other conditions, they can all be used as comparison items. You don't need to copy down all the detailed information of each kindergarten. Try to be as concise as possible and write it down on a piece of paper. The information should be filtered and condensed so that readers can understand it at a glance. Newbies or people who don't work hard will at most find a bunch of kindergarten's own promotional materials and be good enough if they can sort them out in order and stack them up. Anyway, the more materials there are, the more work there will be, right? In fact, this is not the case. It is better to simplify things, make them concise and clear at a glance, and have all the data analyzed and organized, and conform to the user's values. This can better highlight the level and significance of the material maker. Wang Kuei said with emotion, "I used to be afraid of unfamiliar and difficult problems. The information I spent a lot of time on might not be useful if I didn't express it well. Now, after listening to Ms. Lin's method of doing things, I suddenly realized that according to this method, not only choosing a kindergarten, but also other unfamiliar things, I will have a working method in the future, and it won't be difficult at all." Lin Ruxu was also deeply touched after listening to it. She didn't expect that her sister could be so self-taught and understand the needs of superiors for information processing so well, and she could also patiently explain it to others. This made him wonder, did his sister really just work in a factory in the south? How did she know so much? Lin Ruoyan has such insight, of course, because she has worked for others for so many years and has learned the painful lessons of dealing with bosses. The boss can tolerate incomplete information, but the information shown to him must be processed. If it is just a mouthpiece, then it is not valuable and may be replaced at any time. And if you can finish on 1 page, don't use too many pages. Those fancy and thick manuscripts are used to fool laymen. What your boss wants is conciseness, comparison, analysis and conclusion, pure dry goods. Now, she has already persuaded the top student Wang Kuei to arrange such a laborious task as finding a kindergarten, and depending on the performance, she also plans to give Wang Kuei a bonus subsidy. I think the spendthrift system will not stop this kind of thing that can justify giving money to others. She saved a lot of energy and had a reason to spend money. With the freed up time, she could concentrate on looking for the courtyard house she liked. Chapter 11. Buying one is not enough. Wang Kuei introduced Lin Ruoyan to a steady female agent, Qin Shuang, who was particularly familiar with second-hand houses in this area of X City. Of course, at this time, there were not many people working as agents, and even fewer who paid attention to Seheyuan. Xiao Qin happened to be one of the first people to come into contact with these things. He is also a hardworking person and will accept any housing offer. Seheyuan is a characteristic dwelling in Beijing. However, with the development of urbanization, most of these century-old houses have been gradually demolished and replaced by wide roads and the simple buildings and tube-shaped buildings that were popular at that time, as well as a small number of new-style apartment buildings. The existing courtyard houses are mostly large and scattered, except for those occupied by some units that are relatively neatly arranged. More than a dozen families are crowded in a decent courtyard, with all kinds of illegal construction. Heating and cooking rely on burning coal. It is extremely cold in winter and mosquitoes breed in summer. Many people fight for one faucet. To go to the toilet, one has to leave the yard and go to the public toilet on the street. In short, it is very inconvenient. Of course, there are also those who plan to immigrate abroad. Their ancestors passed down a relatively tidy courtyard with house deeds and land deeds, but it is very likely that no one has lived there for many years, and the walls and houses have collapsed, making it extremely desolate. Xiao Qin found it hard to understand why the eldest daughter of the Lin family, who came in a luxury car, would be interested in the courtyard house in the alley. Wang Kuei said that the Lin family already had a large villa in the suburbs near the airport. If they wanted to buy one, they should buy one of those newly built high-rise beautiful houses with elevators in the city. However, Xiao Qin would not ask such a question. She happened to have 2 yards that could not be sold and was thinking about promoting them. Lin Ruoyan brought her son with her and did not wander around randomly. She first listened to Xiao Qin's introduction to the houses she had. She did not consider ordinary houses at all and only looked at courtyard houses. Xiao Qin took us to see 2 places on the way. One of the courtyards had only one entrance, but someone had always lived there. The property rights were clear, and the transaction could be completed after the land certificate was obtained. Someone had already made a decision on this place. There was another large compound with too many illegal buildings. Lin Ruoyan looked at the location and knew that it would be demolished sooner or later, so she didn't consider it for the time being. She wanted to buy a fixed asset for her son to live in for more than 10 years. So in the end, Xiao Qin used his trump card, which was the 2 difficult courtyards back to back. These 2 courtyards that have not been sold are next to each other, near West D. One is entered from the south alley, and the other is a storefront along the street in the north alley. The one at the entrance of the alley on the south side is a large square courtyard with 3 entrances. It was previously requisitioned by a certain unit. Later, the owner of the courtyard was rehabilitated, and the house deeds and land deeds were returned. The unit also vacated the house immediately, but the owner did not move back, and the house has been abandoned ever since. Now, apart from a few towering trees growing randomly in the yard, the dirt ground and roofs are all covered with grass, and all the houses are either collapsed or about to collapse. It is a horrible sight. But this yard is big, and the land deeds and house deeds all have single and complete property rights. It is the first batch of private property to be returned and the procedures are very formal. It is much simpler than those where many households are crowded together and the property rights are mixed and unclear. So the owner wanted to buy the house for 4 million. If he wanted to buy it in parts, he would have to go through various formalities. The owner was not in Beijing and had applied for a green card from country M. It was very troublesome to go back and forth to China, so he just wanted to sell the whole house. If he could pay the full amount at once, he could get another 100,000 yuan. But ordinary people who buy this kind of house cannot live in it at all. It costs money to demolish it and rebuild it. No one's money comes from the wind. These days, 4 million is enough to buy a villa of several hundred square meters in the best villa area in Beijing. Lin Ruoyan was immediately dazzled by the location and the 3-story building. The miserable situation of the withered grass and dilapidated tiled houses was not a big deal. As long as a professional team was found to demolish the old house and reconstruct it with a good design, the antique exterior would be added with modern internal facilities suitable for living. This would definitely be the embryo of a quadrangle mansion worth hundreds of millions in the core urban area in the future. There was too much grass in the yard and there was no place to step. In fact, there was no need to look at it. It was so dilapidated that it was garbage. Xiao Qin took Lin Ruoyan and just walked around the outside of the house, took a general look, and briefly talked about the owner's situation, the area of the yard and the house, and the selling price. Seeing that Lin Ruoyan didn't ask anything, Xiao Qin felt disappointed and hesitated whether he should switch to the next project. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoyan said seriously, "Buy this, for million in full, no need to give me a discount, just sign the contract as soon as possible." Xiao Qin hadn't even said a word of the embarrassing words he had prepared. He thought he had misheard. What? Miss Lin just said that she wanted to spend for million to buy this shabby yard. The spendthrift system was also a little surprised, but the fact that the host was wasting money was in line with the original book, so it praised him against its conscience. "Well done, host. Spending for million to buy such a junker not only achieved the first large amount of wasteful spending, but also caused your brother to worry, making him worry about you and clean up the mess." After several rounds of testing with the system, Lin Ruoyan was sure that the prodigal system could not sense her true thoughts, so she felt relieved. From now on, she could make full use of the loopholes in the prodigal system's rules to satisfy her own selfish desires. At present, she was pretending to be polite and explained to the system, "Look, this yard is very expensive. After buying it, I have to clean it up and rebuild it. I also plan to pay a well-known architect to design it, and then decorate it well, and put some expensive furniture and appliances in it. These are all expensive projects. It's simply a one-time expense." The spendthrift system was immediately coaxed into a state of great joy. Although 4 million was still a long way from the small goal of spending 100 million this month, the host's vision and speed in spending money, as well as the subsequent layout of filling a series of holes with money, were worthy of praise. After Xiao Qin confirmed again and again that Lin Ruoyan wanted to buy the house, he was ecstatic. At that time, the agency fee was 1.5 points each for the buyer and the seller, which meant that Xiao Qin could eventually earn a commission of 120,000 yuan. After completing this deal, he would not have to worry about not opening the business for a year. She asked politely, "Ms. Lin, are you looking at another courtyard? You just said that the other courtyard is not far away, why not take a look at it?" Lin Ruoyan has been walking for such a long time since she got off the car, it would be worthwhile to take a look at it. She also noticed that her son seemed to be very interested in this desolate little yard. In the small southern city, her adoptive parents' home also had a yard, but it was just an ordinary bungalow, not as large and elaborate as a quadrangle. There were trees and flowers planted in the yard, and neighbors were everywhere. It was completely different from the big villa where there were no neighbors around. "Maybe my son prefers this kind of down-to-earth hustle and bustle in the city." Standing at the gate of this courtyard, you can see the Westy Book Building, which is more than 10 minutes walk away. "If he lives here, it will be much more convenient for my son to go to read books in the future." The more Lin Ruoyan looked at the yard, the more satisfied she became. Chapter 12. There is such a good thing. The other courtyard Xiao Qin mentioned is exactly on the north side of the three-courtyard complex in the south, with the two sides back to back. The courtyard here is relatively small, with the door only opening onto the street in the northern alley. The house originally faced south, with the courtyard on the south side. Later, the current owner converted it into a restaurant along the street, so it now faces north. The windows and doors on the south wall of a row of main houses were almost all sealed, and a kitchen, a warehouse and a sleeping room were added to the yard on the other side of the wall, almost occupying the entire yard. The remaining space was filled with various unused old furniture, making it look like a junk yard. The restaurant has 5 main rooms connected in a row, and has been completely transformed to reflect the Hong Kong aesthetic of decades ago. It has been in business for many years and is now filled with smoke and foul smells. The original owner is old, and the elderly at home need care. He can no longer work in the catering industry from morning to night, so he plans to sell the house and take his elderly parents back to the countryside to retire. This kind of street shop, facing south, is easy to rent but difficult to sell. The restaurant is closed and not cleaned up, so it looks bad. But the landlord doesn't want to sell it at a low price. After all, the rent of the surrounding shops is very high. It's better to rent it to others for a long time than to sell it at a low price. Others have to spend money to renovate their house when renting it, so it's impossible to use it right away, so naturally there are still concerns. As a result, this yard gradually became unpopular and was just left there. Lin Ruoyan was knowledgeable and saw that the layout had been restored to the original state of the courtyard. She was also surprised to find that in the south-facing courtyard that had become a dump, there was actually a small doorway sealed with blue bricks. The other side of this doorway should be the 3-story courtyard in front. Perhaps hundreds of years ago, this courtyard was connected to the three courtyards of the wealthy family in front. The three front courtyards were where people lived, and the courtyard in the back was an independent workshop with a shop front. She bought it all and used it together. In addition to living there, she might be able to open a cafe and ABB in the future. Moreover, the alley on the north side is a widened road with 2 lanes, which is convenient for parking along the street. The alley entrance, which is a dozen meters away, will be the exit of line for subway station in the future. It would be a shame not to open a business in this wonderful location. How much is this small courtyard? Let's buy it together. Lin Ruoyan immediately decided to continue buying. Lin Mingxi was finally a little moved. She quietly tugged at her mother's clothes and asked curiously, "Why did you buy so many? I'll open a bookstore for you here, and Mom can sit next to it and sell cakes and coffee, okay?" Lin Ruoyan gently described her vision for the future. When it came to things related to books, Lin Mingxi no longer cared about anything else and nodded hurriedly. Xiao Qin originally felt guilty and wanted to persuade Miss Lin not to spend money recklessly, but when he saw that the mother and son were determined to buy the house and had already thought about what they would do in the future, he finally swallowed his words and answered the question concisely. "This yard is 1 million yuan, no bargaining. The house deed is available, and the land deed needs to pay several thousand yuan for the formalities. The restaurant license can be changed to a new name for free." The owner said that as long as the buyer does not bargain, he is willing to cooperate with all the formalities. When Lin Ruoyan heard this, she tried very hard to control her expression and not laugh out loud. After all, the buyer is not as smart as the seller. If the owner knew that she was very willing to buy it, there would be no more bargains to take advantage of. You have to know that if someone wants to rent a restaurant in such a good location with a restaurant license, they will have to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan for the rooftop. Now the house and the restaurant license only cost 1 million. This is a pie in the sky. 2 or 3 tickets all hit her at once. Buy it, ask the owner to come over quickly, so as to avoid more trouble at night, and try to sign the contract and pay the money today. In this way, 2 courtyard houses were booked in one go, and the restaurant owner was urged to sign the contract and complete the transfer procedures that day. At that time, there were relatively few people buying and selling houses in X-City district, and the hall for handling procedures was deserted. Xiao Qin was a familiar face here, and with more expedited fees, the procedures were easy to handle. When Lin Ruoyan finished her work and returned home with her son, it was already past dinner time. However, workaholic Lin Ruxu usually works overtime, so since the death of the 2 elders, it has been difficult for the Lin family to fix the dinner time. Usually the driver notifies the villa, and when Mr. Lin gets in the car after get off work, the chef at home will have time to start preparing dinner. Now that Lin Ruoyan and Lin Mingxi are added, the meal times also need to be coordinated. But today, they are all together for a rare occasion. Lin Ruxu had some unfinished work, but she took the time out to talk to her sister about the disadvantages of buying a courtyard house during dinner, and advised her to give up this unreliable idea as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, when she sat at the table and saw her sister and nephew eating in a loving and polite manner, Lin Ruxu could no longer say those harsh words. Instead, she seemed a little guilty and asked tentatively, "Sister, Xiaowang said that you want to buy an old courtyard house in the city." Lin Ruoyan peeled a boiled prawn for her son and put it on his plate. She admitted openly, "Yes, I have already bought one. The other one will be sold in person when the owner comes back the day after tomorrow." Lin Ruxu almost spit out the millet porridge in her mouth. After calming down for a moment, she asked, "What does the yard you bought look like?" Lin Ruoyan gave a brief description and emphasized, "Although these courtyards are dilapidated now, after the reconstruction, the 2 courtyards will be connected together. In addition to living here, you can also run a homestay, a cafe, a book bar, etc." Lin Ruxu felt that her brain couldn't keep up with her sister's thoughts. "Wait, aren't you going to open a real estate company? Running a company will be very busy. How can you have time to open ABB and a cafe?" Lin Ruoyan thought about it and it made sense, but she didn't dare to say openly that she opened a company and bought a courtyard house just to spend money reasonably. Those business projects she casually talked about were all just fooling people. And she only had 8 months, so the most important thing at the moment was to hurry up and renovate the courtyard house. It would be done within 2 months at most, and she could live in it and enjoy it for 6 months. As for other things, I will slowly plan them out and leave a big plan in mind, and then I can run them when my son grows up. She pretended to be educated and said modestly, "Brother is right. I'd better focus on running the company first. But the courtyard house is not expensive. The two houses together only cost 5 million, which is cheaper than our Maybach. But if you buy such a broken thing, you have to repair it. Won't that take up your energy?" Lin Ruxu was still worried that her sister would expand her business on a whim and she would not be able to handle it. The prodigal system sighed, "Look, your brother is the real expert. He can tell at once that you have wasted money and will have to waste time in the future. But the matter is done. He will definitely worry about you in the future." Lin Ruoyan thought to herself, let the system be proud for a few days. She knew everything about renovating the courtyard house and would not let her brother worry about it. Chapter 13. Choose the most expensive one. Now Lin Ruoyan couldn't come up with any good reasons to convince her brother, nor could she prove that the Seheyuan would be a high-value fixed asset worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions in the future, so she could only play the emotional card and said softly, "Brother, when she likes reading. I took him to the Westie book building today, and he was very happy. Moreover, it's such a large bookstore with several floors, and there are so many books that he can't finish reading in 1 or 2 days. In the future, we will live nearby, and he can walk there every day to read books, and he can also go to the surrounding attractions and museums to play. Maybe he will become more cheerful and make more friends." When Lin Ruxu mentioned her taciturn nephew who was said to have autism, her heart immediately softened. Seeing that her brother was worried about Mengshi, Lin Ruoyan struck while the iron was hot. "Also, I think the kindergartens and schools there are pretty good. They are district level and municipal level key demonstration schools with very strong teaching staff. The students are mainly children of people working in various ministries and the financial industry. Mengshi can meet his childhood friends there, which may be helpful for his future." 20 years later, this is the concept of circles. Lin Ruoyan thought that her brother, who had been in the business world for a long time, should be able to understand the true value of the personal connections that have been cultivated and accumulated since childhood. Lin Ruxu was impressed by her sister's words. There is no good way to treat autism in China at present. It is said that there is a good way to treat autism abroad. If he really goes abroad for treatment, his sister will definitely go with him, which will cost more. He can't bear to see his relatives away again. Besides, his sister has said that she doesn't want to go abroad and is more accustomed to the domestic cultural environment. The key is the atmosphere of the circle in City X mentioned by my sister. It is very sensible and advanced to teach children to build their personal network in advance. Unlike the Villa area, which is dominated by businessmen and international entrepreneurs, the X-City district is dominated by ministries and large state-owned enterprises, and most of the children of people with a regular job in kindergartens and schools are there. My nephew went to school with them since he was a child, and will take root in China in the future. The close relationship he has cultivated and the network of relationships he has built should not be underestimated. Is my sister so far-sighted? Thinking deeply about this, Lin Ruxu has completely changed her previous attitude and supports her sister to buy the courtyard house there. At least the courtyard house covers a large area, and it sounds like it has spacious houses and yards. As long as we spend some money on renovation and reconstruction, it will definitely be more comfortable than living in an old building, and it probably won't be unfair to my sister and nephew. Since it is for the physical and mental health and future prospects of his nephew, and his nephew also likes to live in the city, why would he disagree? It's only 5 million, and this investment is not a loss. Lin Ruoyan didn't dare to say it at this moment. It cost 5 million to buy 2 houses, not including the agency fee. In addition, there was a transfer tax, a design for the renovation plan, and the decoration and construction to buy various furniture and appliances. All these were expenses. After all was done, it was estimated that another 1 or 2 million would be needed. The spendthrift system praised happily, "It's only the second day for the host, and you can already spend more than 6 million. You are indeed the spendthrift queen embryo chosen by this system." Lin Ruoyan was not fooled by such sweet words. She calculated that she spent 100 million a month, and on average she should spend more than 3 million every day to make up the money. Today was her second day here, and the more than 6 million was only planned in her mind. In fact, she only paid more than 1 million, which was far from the target. She suddenly became unhappy and thought that she must broaden her thinking and develop other efficient spending projects. Fortunately, Wang Kuei said that registering a company also requires handling fees, as well as the cost of renting an address for registration, which gave her new inspiration. According to her brother's idea, she didn't need to rent an additional office building, she could just use the headquarters of the Lin Group. The Lin Group started out as an industrial company, and currently occupied 6 floors of office space in a newly built high-rise office building in the CBD in the east of Beijing. There would definitely be enough space for Lin Ruoyan to open a real estate company. But how could Lin Ruoyan dare to mess with her brother's legitimate business? And she didn't rent a registered address. That was something that shell companies would do. A bunch of companies shared a registered address that corresponded to a cubicle, which was just fooling people. If she wanted to rent a place, she would rent a decent office building of several thousand square meters as her office location. I originally thought of renovating the courtyard house and using it as my office address, but then I calculated the time and realized that I could shorten the renovation time for my own living comfort, and my company wouldn't be able to open for business either. So I had to give in and find an office building nearby. She had already made up her mind. She would go and look for a suitable place tomorrow, either for rent or purchase. It would be better if it was closer to the courtyard, more expensive, and larger in size. It would be best if it was a stand-alone office building with greater privacy, or a high-rise office building with first-class interior and exterior decoration and modern glass curtain walls, and a formal property management that would charge a fee. Only in this way could she accommodate the style and scale of the real estate company she was setting up. With this calculation, renting or buying an office building, redecorating it, and recruiting from scratch, this series of operations will cost at least tens of millions. But spending money this way still feels a bit slow. A faster way to spend money is definitely to buy land, and then making a deal can easily cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Beijing already has a legitimate project for bidding and auction, but the prerequisite is that she must have a legal real estate company. After buying the land, even if she didn't have time to really start the project during her lifetime, the land would have been left there for a few years and the land price would have definitely increased several times, and the heirs of her property would definitely make a profit. In addition to the company's affairs, her next additional expense is of course to find a well-known architect to design the renovation plan of the courtyard house. She will not find a cheap decoration team that provides design drawings after construction. She wants to invite the most expensive design masters to come out and be willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to make a beautiful design. Lin Ruoyan had read the description in the book that when Li Yiqi married the movie star Wei Yishu, they bought a house and hired an architectural design master to decorate it. At that time, the design fee alone cost 400,000 yuan, and the decoration and construction cost another 1 or 2 million yuan. What was the master's name? Anyway, it was said that he was proficient in feng shui and Chinese classical design aesthetics. After thinking for a moment, she finally remembered that it seemed to be Professor Qiao Yijizi. He opened his own architectural firm, and was one of the first to apply for the qualification of private architectural firms when the country just opened it up. He is an industry leader and can definitely be called a master. This professor is eclectic in accepting projects, and he especially likes to challenge difficult and strange projects. However, Professor Qiao would not design houses for ordinary people, which is a small and conventional project. He agreed to design the wedding room for Li Yiqi and Wei Yishu because he met Wei Yishu as an architectural art director in a historical blockbuster. He agreed only because the actor asked him for it and he admired the actor's character. Then let's find this person to do the design. The design fee budget starts at 1 million, and the construction, decoration, and furniture purchases will cost about 2 million. This way, at least we can meet the daily spending target. Chapter 14: A few pictures. At this point in time, Professor Qiao's firm seems to have just been evaluated for qualifications and is not that famous yet. Lin Ruoyan thought, if Professor Qiao is really an expert who respects traditional culture and is good at Chinese style, then the renovation design of the courtyard house will definitely attract him. In order to convince Professor Qiao to design for her, she also needs to sort out what she wants in advance so that she can communicate with him better. Fortunately, she was considered an insider in the industry before she transmigrated into the book. Even if she couldn't draw pictures, it would be easy for her to list the requirements clearly, and it would appear more professional. After dinner, her son read the newly bought book obediently by himself while she sat at the desk in the bedroom and wrote and drew, and soon she had figured out the outline of the book. Computers were not popular in this era, so there were only ordinary papers and various stationery on her desk. She had not been used to writing by hand for many years, and she had to look up the dictionary when she forgot a word. It took her a lot of time to think clearly, write clearly, and copy out a few pages of documents neatly. So when she finally finished, she found that her son had fallen asleep among the pile of books. She moved her son to the bed and changed his pajamas. He didn't wake up, but seeing the smile on his face, she felt more relieved and happier than if she had accomplished something great. After covering her son with the quilt, Lin Ruoyan took a look at the book her son had just read. You won't know until you see it. It's a popular science book with Chinese and English translations. It's not a picture book for children, but a hardcore popular science book with a lot of professional vocabulary, such as sound, light, electronics, universe, stars, nanomaterials, condensed matter physics, quantum mechanics. Just looking at these Chinese words made her feel dizzy. When buying books in the book building, she didn't pay much attention to it, she just helped carry the books her son wanted to buy, but she didn't expect that he would buy these. No wonder the salespersons looked at her so strangely when checking out, full of sympathy for her son. She thought that buying books worth thousands of dollars was a bit unusual, but it turned out that the books themselves were unusual. This is not a book for normal children. She was probably regarded as a crazy parent who wanted her son to be successful. When people asked her about it, she happily said that she bought it for her son. Oh, forget it. Anyway, she is misunderstood as a bad person by others. Isn't this in line with the character setting of a vicious female supporting role? The next morning, when Lin Ruoyan and her son went downstairs to eat, she heard that Lin Ruxu had left early in the morning to catch a flight to go on a business trip abroad. She was relieved. Her brother had been persuaded by her last night. Now that she had gotten support for starting a company and buying a courtyard house, she could just do it herself. It would be best if her brother was always busy and didn't have time to ask about her affairs, so she wouldn't have to make up any more lies to explain to him. That morning, after Wang Kuei handed the first version of the kindergarten selection results to Lin Ruoyan, she gave some suggestions for revision and then asked Wang Kuei to help her make an appointment with Professor Chiao. Laymen may not understand it, but if you are in real estate and want to hire a big-name designer, don't ask what to talk about or whether the designer is really busy. You must make an appointment in advance to show respect. After an appointment, she would visit the studio in person and discuss the needs in person. If the other party was not interested, she would force the master to come and see the site. By then, with her understanding of the future high-end courtyard houses, she might be able to persuade the master to change his mind. After arranging all these, Lin Ruoyan asked the driver to take her around the city to find an office building that she liked. This time she did not bring her son with her. Her son was still immersed in the new books he bought yesterday. He probably would not go anywhere before he finished reading those books. When looking for an office building, Lin Ruoyan discovered that the newly built Financial Street office area hidden near West D had begun to take shape. The several glass curtain wall buildings here were quite beautiful, with high ceilings in the lobby, and the offices were preliminarily decorated, with carpets laid on the floor. All they had to do was add partitions and put furniture in, and decorate a little to start working. The entire building is managed by a foreign property brand, and is considered a modern office building that is more upscale and classy than CBD. The target of the rental is also the headquarters or branches of multinational companies, but mainly in the banking and financial industry. This building is surrounded by international 5-star hotels and high-end shopping malls where anything costs 4 figures or more. It highlights the nobility of the area near the imperial city compared to the CBD in the east. When a person in charge of leasing learned that Lin Ruoyan was only planning to open a new real estate company, he was a little hesitant. However, when Lin Ruoyan agreed to such expensive rent and property fees without blinking an eye, and was willing to pay the rent annually, the other party immediately stopped talking about stupid things like having to be in the financial industry. It's a fool not to make money. This new building is beautiful, but the rent including property fees is as high as 50 yuan per square meter per month. The entire floor of 1,500 square meters cannot be rented out separately, which is 900,000 yuan a year, not including water, electricity, air conditioning, and other expenses. It's really a bit expensive. This price is enough to buy an office building in a slightly farther place. Most people with such spending power have already settled down in the CBD. It is rare to find a big boss like Ms. Lin who is so straightforward and willing to make the decision and pay for the rent on the spot. Lin Ruoyan made decisions quickly, of course. She was a little dissatisfied with the low rent of the office building at the moment. The rent of this place will increase more than 10 times in 20 years. Now this office building cannot be sold to the outside world, so she can only rent it at such a low price. The annual payment is 10% off. She wanted to rent it for a few more years. In fact, there are buildings that can be sold to the outside world, but the transaction process is complicated, the appearance is rustic, and it is a few minutes away from her courtyard. It is better to have nothing than to have something bad. If you can't spend it now, you can use it to buy land in the future. This time, Lin Ruoyan was accompanied by the agent Xiao Qin. Although Xiao Qin is better at buying and selling second-hand houses, he still has the business ability to rent office buildings. He needs to make the lease contract and negotiate the payment rhythm between the two parties. Lin Ruoyan only needs to watch from the side and pay the money at the appointed time. She doesn't need to worry about anything else, Xiao Qin will take care of it all. After renting a luxurious office building, the information was immediately given to Wang Kuei, and the company registration process could be expedited. Coming out of this building and walking a short distance outside the second ring road is the street where many design institutes in Beijing were concentrated at that time. Wang Kuei happened to have an appointment with Professor Chiao's office at 4 p.m. that day. Professor Chiao only gave him 1 hour, as he had to have dinner with his old classmates after 5 p.m. Time was a bit tight, but in reality, as a low-level worker, Lin Ruoyan had seen a lot and could find opportunities to report work to her superiors. She immediately asked someone to drive to the door of the office and wait. The appointment with Professor Chiao was at 4 o'clock. She arrived at 2:30 after lunch and sat by the front desk, carefully observing this office of less than 100 square meters, and rehearsing in her mind how to make her decoration project sound more upscale. Fortunately, at 3 o'clock, Professor Chiao angrily called out a party A. Lin Ruoyan understood as soon as she heard it. The client in a suit and tie didn't want to spend more money at all. He thought it was just a matter of a few drawings, so how could he ask for hundreds of thousands of design fees? He could obviously rob the money, so why did he force the drawings to sell? With so much money, the house could be built. Professor Chiao was so angry that he jumped up and down and cursed, saying that the client who was reluctant to spend money on design fees might as well build a pigpen. There was no need for blueprints, and they could just find someone in the countryside to build it. Chapter 15. Buy a design and get a decoration for free. Unlike more than a decade later when the client generally recognized the value of design, many clients in this era were not professional, and some of them were engineers who thought the design fee was too high. What was the point of drawing those drawings? They didn't even look at them when building a house. They were just to deal with inspections and regulations from above, and it was not worth the money. Decades later, the design fee is still the same price. Compared with the real purchasing power of $1 back then, it is indeed high. Over such a long period of time, the housing price has increased dozens of times, but the design fee has not increased and has dropped a lot. The architect who draws the house can never afford to buy the house he draws in his lifetime. When Lin Ruoyan thinks of these strange phenomena, she can't help but sigh. In fact, a truly ingenious design can save the owner money, and if the owner is a little more ambitious, the finished building may even go down in history. Lin Ruoyan waited until the group of people disappeared and Professor Chiao calmed down before she took the initiative to say, "Professor Chiao, I'm Lin Ruoyan. My assistant has an appointment with you at 4 o'clock to discuss a project. I'm early. If you have time, why don't we talk earlier?" Professor Chiao glanced at the young woman in designer clothes and said unhappily, "My design fees are relatively high. Even for small areas, there is a minimum design fee. We have a lot of projects recently, so we only do projects over 300,000. If your project doesn't have this budget, then let's not talk." When Lin Ruoyan heard this, she realized that she could do the project with only 300,000 yuan as the starting price. Why was the master asking so cheaply now? So she hesitated a little. Should she go to a foreign-funded firm that charges more? No, foreigners don't know Saheyuan. She should talk to Master Chiao first. Lin Ruoyan remembered what the original book said. It seemed that Professor Chiao would win an International Human Settlement Design Award in the next 2 years, and many well-known architectural schools invited him to be a visiting professor. At that time, even if a large amount of money was spent to ask Professor Chiao to do the design, he might not have the time to do it himself. The design fee now starts at 300,000 yuan, so she wouldn't quote a higher price. So she smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, my design fee for this project is at least 500,000 yuan, there is no upper limit." Professor Chiao still didn't look happy. After all, the scale of the project had not yet been announced. If it was a plan of tens of thousands of square meters, or a residential community with more than a dozen buildings, it would definitely not be possible to do it with 500,000 yuan. Professor Chiao had never thought about what kind of shocking changes this Miss Lin would bring to his design career. If he knew, he would definitely not have such a bad face. Lin Ruoyan is actually an insider in the industry and knows that design fees are based on unit prices. Especially since renovation and decoration are more troublesome than new construction, the unit price of design fees generally starts at 1 or 200 yuan per square meter, and the cost of the plan and construction drawings must also be distinguished here. The cost of only making plans without making construction drawings is almost half the price, but the final results are difficult to control. Therefore, generally, architects who are ambitious, especially those involved in interior design, will make both plans and construction drawings, and keep an eye on the on-site construction, and are eager to help the owner choose soft furnishings. In this way, the design fee of several hundred or several thousand yuan per square meter is not excessive. Lin Ruoyan's 2 courtyard houses cover a total area of more than 2,000 square meters, and can be used to build a house of nearly 1,500 square meters. Perhaps the old houses need to be demolished and rebuilt. Not only the architectural appearance should be retro, but the interior decoration should also have traditional charm and adapt to the fashion of modern life. In addition, water, heating, electricity, and air conditioning equipment are needed. In the future, all the alleys in Beijing will be replaced by coal for electricity, and gas access, etc. must be retained. Soft and hard furnishings are also indispensable. If the unit price is negotiated at 500 yuan per square meter, if you want to achieve the finished product effect that Lin Ruoyan wants, a total design fee of 700,000 or 800,000 yuan is normal. Of course, when dealing with someone like Professor Chiao who loves to take on difficult projects, it would be vulgar to just talk about money. Lin Ruoyan adjusted her expression and said with a little embarrassment, "Professor Chiao, I bought a courtyard house in West D. The front and back houses are connected to form a neat for entry layout, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters. It must be 100 years old and very run down. I want to live with my son in the future, and ordinary decoration companies have no idea how to start, so let me hire a professional designer." When he heard that it was the renovation design of an old courtyard house in Beijing, Professor Chiao became slightly interested. Especially the location, not far from his studio near the Second Ring Road, it was convenient to monitor the site. However, that was only if the design fee was reasonable. If the person just wanted to spend a cheap amount of money to buy a few drawings and let the construction team copy them, then he would not be fooled and let others cheat him out of the plan. I asked a few people who claimed to be high-end residential designers, but they all declined. It wasn't about the money, but they didn't understand Sahayuan and were afraid that the design would be embarrassing. Lin Ruoyan said in a serious tone, "Later, I heard that you have made great achievements in traditional folk houses and even feng shui research, so I took the liberty to come and disturb you. But this project is too small, and my budget." Professor Chiao is planning to do some research and experiments on the adaptability of traditional dwellings to modern living. If he really takes over such a project, even if the design fee is cheaper, at least he is close to home. He can lead a few students to work on the topic, and the cost can be controlled. He may even be able to get research subsidies, and his results can also be featured when they participate in international awards. Then he adjusted the estimated design fee to around 300,000, but in fact 200,000 would do the job. Unexpectedly, after a pause, Lin Ruoyan continued, "Look, the design fee for the building, the interior and exterior landscape, the hard and soft decoration, is 1 million a total. After all, my yard is not that big." "You mean the design fee?" Professor Chiao was surprised. In this era, it is rare to offer such a high price for a private house decoration design. This price is more than enough to build a big villa in the countryside. What's more, if you find a well-known construction team, they will provide the design drawings and help with all the procedures. To put it bluntly, if a little bit of the 1 million yuan cost is saved, it would be enough to renovate and remodel a courtyard house of more than 1,000 square meters. Isn't it a bit too little? How about a design fee of 1.5 million? Lin Ruoyan was very humble. In fact, she started by suppressing and then praising, and she had a firm grasp of Professor Chiao's mentality. Professor Chiao had finally met such a generous party. He was afraid that if he hesitated, the other party would leave. He agreed immediately without blinking an eye. "Okay, it's settled. Buy my design and I will provide the construction." "What? Buy a design and get the construction done for free? Is this still possible these days?" "No, please don't be polite with me. We need to find a professional construction team. We will pay the price. We can't take your design fee. Professor Chiao explained, it's like this. My cousin's ancestors specialized in repairing temples and old houses. They have a decoration team, and their workers are all old craftsmen from the same village. The economy has been developing rapidly in recent years, and everyone has come out to do construction and decoration. They also want to make more money in Beijing. But they have never done decoration construction in the city. They asked me several times, and they said that they should open up the market first at a lower price. Their skills can be used to repair old houses like courtyard houses. They can make old-style woodwork and even stone carvings authentically, but they don't understand Western-style decoration. Lin Ruoyan was a little tempted when she heard this. She didn't want the good design to be lowered by the rough construction level. Repairing the courtyard house must use old craftsmanship. She didn't know any other construction teams and had to find one now, so she might as well listen to Professor Chiao and accept it reluctantly. Chapter 16 Xiao Qin's Thoughts. The prodigal system exclaimed, their host is indeed very capable. The designer asked for 300,000, but you insisted on paying 1.5 million, which is 5 times the price. You made him feel embarrassed and insisted on sending the designer to do the construction. Lin Ruoyan was still thinking about how she could take advantage of this money-saving opportunity. She really couldn't refuse it. She could accept their construction, but the materials must not be included. She would have to pay for the high material costs extra. Professor Chiao was thinking about how to save money for Miss Lin, but he didn't expect that when Lin Ruoyan signed the design contract, she directly bid that the materials must be the best and most authentic. Expensive furniture and kitchen appliances that cost tens of thousands of yuan would be charged separately and not included in the 1.5 million yuan. So Professor Chiao was allowed to design freely and the construction team just had to do it carefully. No matter what they did, they could not save on costs, and the money must be spent properly. Lin Ruoyan spent 5 million to buy these 2 courtyards. With various taxes and renovation costs, plus furniture and appliances, she planned to spend at least 8 to 10 million on this, and that was only her spending limit for 2 or 3 days. Since Xiao Qin started Lin Ruoyan's business, buying and selling 2 courtyard houses and renting office buildings, the commissions she earned in the past 2 days were more than what she earned in the past 3 years. Now she took the initiative to accompany Miss Lin to find a designer. She originally thought that the design fee would be only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan at most. The result once again refreshed her inherent perception. So business can be negotiated this way? The design fee was quoted at 300,000 yuan, but Ms. Lin increased it 5-fold, and finally the construction was included in the package, making it a construction design general contractor, and finally a worry-free job of handing over the keys. It's really high. Most people who buy second-hand houses and renovate them will spend 100,000 yuan to decorate them, and they must have all the furniture and appliances. After all, rich people buy new houses, and they still lack money to buy second-hand houses. I didn't expect that Miss Lin would spend 1 million just to hire someone to do the design. Fortunately, this designer has a conscience and knows to provide construction. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a rip-off to buy a few design drawings for 1.5 million yuan? However, Miss Lin is also going to open a real estate company. My classmate Wang Kuei said that she is backed by the famous Lin Capital. Xiao Qin thought that if she could have the opportunity to work in Lin's company, it would definitely be more stable than being an agent. Miss Lin's company is just starting to be established. Should she apply for an assistant position? Xiao Qin and Wang Kuei are classmates. When they were looking for a job, they were rejected by a large state-owned enterprise just because they were girls. Private enterprises want girls, and they are particularly picky about their appearance if they offer a suitable salary. They require assistants to be not only beautiful and fluent in English, but also able to drive, serve tea and water, serve wine, pick up the boss's children, and help with homework. Are they looking for a superwoman who is a translator, secretary, driver, tutor, and nanny? In fact, Xiao Qin could accept all other conditions, but his weakness was in English. He could do exams and write contracts, but he didn't dare to speak. In the end, she didn't find a suitable job, so she went to work for a relative's agency, where she has been working for nearly 3 years, and gradually got the hang of it. She had never thought about changing careers so quickly before. But Miss Lin touched her so much that she wanted to shamelessly take the initiative to ask Miss Lin to be her assistant. After the project and money were agreed upon, Lin Ruoyan invited Professor Chiao Yijizi to visit the site. Now it's Xiao Qin's turn to perform. In fact, the smaller of the two courtyards had already signed a contract and gone through the transfer procedures yesterday, and it was already in Lin Ruoyan's name, but the original owner had a lot of stuff and took 3 days to vacate the house. Even if he moved out, the land left behind would be too shabby and he could only look at it. It was easy to coordinate with Xiao Qin. That large courtyard with 3 entrances would not be considered Lin Ruoyan's property until the owner came back tomorrow to sign the contract for the transfer of ownership. However, the key was already in Xiao Qin's hand, and he could show it to her at any time. However, the trees in the courtyard blocked out the sun, and the grass was taller than a person. A gentleman like Professor Qin could only take a general look first and wait for workers to clean up the garbage on the surface before he could see the layout clearly. Professor Chiao didn't mind that. He wanted to see the situation on site to confirm whether such a large project really existed. Lin Ruoyan's luxury car is very spacious and has a dedicated driver. Professor Chiao has his own car but doesn't drive it. He deliberately stays in Miss Lin's car, carefully observing the client's words and actions, and by the way, he also wants to understand her design ideas for the house. Lin Ruoyan handed the neatly written and copied requirements overnight to Professor Chiao, and explained them one by one clearly. Laymen watch the excitement, but experts can see the secrets between the lines. Professor Chiao held these few pages of light paper and felt the profound professional background of the person who wrote these words. Even though there are no pictures in the whole article, the design input conditions are all there. For example, what functional areas should be divided into, what basic uses each functional area should have, how these uses will change in the future, and all of them describe the various needs of life, work, leisure, and later operations. It is concise and to the point, without any nonsense, and the overall concept is very novel. It is not simply a retro mansion, but one that maintains a retro appearance while integrating the needs of modern life. In addition, the business purposes such as homestay, coffee shop, and book bar are proposed, and the functions can be appropriately converted at different times. For those hidden projects, the location of equipment rooms, municipal pipelines, energy reserved interfaces, etc. are all explained in detail. This is definitely not something that can be written by an ordinary client with a lot of money and a fool. It is more like the advice given by a professional planner in the industry or simply a design expert. Even Xiao Qin was moved after listening to this, and Professor Chiao felt like he had met a soulmate. Professor Chiao was originally thinking about how to guide the client to propose the conditions required for his design, but now he felt relieved after seeing such a clear and concise task book. Even though he was in such a dilapidated state when he arrived at the site, he was not worried at all. The more dilapidated the better, and he would not feel bad if there was anything that needed to be demolished or renovated. After watching the scene, Lin Ruoyan offered to treat Professor Chiao and Xiao Qin to a meal, but Professor Chiao was so inspired that he had no time to waste on the meal. He politely declined and hurried back to the studio to work overtime. Xiao Qin was embarrassed to always ask Miss Lin to treat him to a meal, so he said that he had to go home for dinner that night, and then boldly asked, "Miss Lin, I see that you are planning to set up a real estate company. Do you need an assistant?" "Assistant, of course. Do you have any good candidates to recommend? You can invite them over for dinner." Lin Ruoyan knew very well that what Xiao Qin had been doing these past 2 days far exceeded the service scope of an ordinary agent. It would not be enough for her to just treat him to a meal. She also planned to give Xiao Qin a big red envelope after the sale of the yard. The real estate company also had to pretend to recruit people, but she had to write everything by herself, which must be tiring. If she had an assistant like Xiao Qin, wouldn't she be able to relax a lot? However, Xiao Qin is very skilled in intermediary business. She can make a living for 3 years after opening a business and has a lot of free time. It is definitely not worth it for her to be her assistant. So although Lin Ruoyan admires Xiao Qin very much, she doesn't dare to poach other people's people casually. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin answered sincerely, "Boss Lin, do you think I meet your requirements? I also graduated from university, and my grades were no worse than Wang Kuei's when I was studying." At this point, Xiao Qin did not mention her weakness in oral English communication. After all, this was not a formal recruitment. She expressed her attitude that if Miss Lin was really interested and gave her a chance, she would submit a complete resume and apply for a job formally, and then she would talk about her shortcomings. Chapter 17 Employee Number 1. Lin Ruoyan was surprised and asked, "You are doing well as an agent, why do you want to change your career and become an assistant?" Xiao Qin sighed, "Although the agency is a business owned by my relatives, My parents looked down on this kind of job with unstable income. When I graduated, my first choice was to take the civil service exam or a state-owned enterprise exam. Unfortunately, due to my gender disadvantage, I didn't get an interview even with the same or even higher written test scores. I also went to some private companies, but I didn't feel it was suitable. I only became an agent after my relatives helped me. They also said that if I found a more stable job, they would definitely not keep me. After all, the income of an agent is very unstable. You have to come and go in the wind and rain, and deal with all kinds of people. My family thinks this is not suitable for girls. After saying so much, Xiao Qin didn't dare to look at Miss Lin's face. How could the daughter of a wealthy family be interested in all this talk? Xiao Qin's words reminded Lin Ruoyan of the difficulties she faced in finding a job in real life. Her experience was quite similar to Xiao Qin's. When applying for civil service or entering a state-owned enterprise, if you don't have any background, they will first look at your gender, then your graduate school and your appearance. If you don't meet the requirements of the previous ones, it will not be your turn to show your inner qualities and talents. Now that Xiao Qin has expressed his sincere desire to find a job that is more stable than an agency, if Lin Ruoyan runs a legitimate company, she will definitely hire a talent like Xiao Qin without hesitation. But she just wanted to buy a piece of land in the name of a real estate company and accommodate some people who had difficulty finding work and needed help. Wait, doesn't Xiao Qin need help? Her family wants her to have a stable office job with a monthly salary, so she will give them. But the premise is that if her company goes bankrupt in the future, she will give N+1 compensation. Isn't this also an expense? As long as Xiao Qin can still go back to work as an agent, then both sides will not be delayed. The prodigal system exclaimed, their host's patent is really amazing. It costs money to open a company and support people. It also costs money to lay off employees when the company goes bankrupt in the future. There are so many benefits to opening a company. The reminder from the spendthrift system was correct. In the future, when our company recruits employees, it is important to add this clause when signing the contract. Regardless of whether the employees resign voluntarily or the company has to lay off employees due to operational problems, wages and compensation must be paid in full. In fact, in reality, it seems that according to the law, employees who voluntarily resign do not need to be compensated. However, employees must want to resign because they feel aggrieved. The company has done something wrong that makes the employees uncomfortable. The fault lies with the company, so it is natural to pay compensation. Lin Ruoyan secretly took note of this and decided to write it down when formulating the company's articles of association in the future. Then Lin Ruoyan said straightforwardly, "What's wrong with girls being attentive? Girls are definitely my first choice for assistants. Since you are interested in my company and have fully demonstrated your abilities before, I am of course happy to recruit you as the #1 employee. For the time being, you will be the president's assistant. Your current job is to assist me in the company's establishment procedures, and to improve the company's articles of association and draft a recruitment plan according to the company's structure." Qin Shuang didn't expect Miss Lin to be so straightforward. She didn't even ask her for a more detailed resume and hired her as the president's assistant on the spot. You have to know that her classmate Wang Kuei started as an ordinary intern and worked hard for almost 3 years before he was promoted to one of President Dalin's assistants. And that was not the title of assistant to the president, but just an ordinary member of the president's office. She suddenly became the #1 employee of Miss Lin's real estate company, and was responsible for such important work and participated in the company's structure and personnel recruitment. How could such trust and special significance not make her excited? After all the setbacks, Qin Shuang didn't think there was anything wrong with the newly established company. Her relative's agency, which had been run for many years, was just a small company with less than 10 people, including part-time financial staff. Having a small number of people and multiple duties actually helped her improve her comprehensive abilities. Miss Lin was going to open a real estate company. Qin Shuang thought that she had some knowledge of this aspect after working as a real estate agent for several years. At least she was familiar with which departments were in charge of this area. Her undergraduate major was business management. Now she was back to her original line of work, assisting President Lin in setting up a company from scratch. This made her involuntarily rekindle the ambition she had when she just graduated. If Lin Ruoyan knew Qin Shuang's thoughts at this time, she would probably not want such a positive employee. After all, she only hopes that her employees are the kind of people who pursue comfort and never roll up their sleeves at work or leisure. Without having to entertain others for dinner, Lin Ruoyan hurried home to eat with her son. Her brother was on a business trip and couldn't come back today, so it was just her and her son at night. She simply didn't care about the master-servant rules, and took the maid Chen Sao, the driver Xiao Jiao who drove her all day, and the chef and gardener Li Bo to sit in the dining room to eat. It's lively and bustling with many people, which is worthy of such a big table of food. This lively atmosphere reminded Lin Mingxi of her childhood home in the county town. When his grandparents were alive, they loved him and his mother very much and never disliked him because he didn't have a father. Even though he was timid and didn't like to talk, they always took care of him patiently, fearing that he would not be happy in some way. Later, he realized that it was not only family love, but also a sense of guilt. So he avoided that kind of deformed love and closed his heart, so that others would not always talk about him. He could also free up some time to focus on things that interest him. Now that he has finally returned to his mother's real home, everyone's concern for him and his mother is normal and comes from the heart, which makes Lin Mingxi gradually open his heart and be willing to try to accept it. Their mother also changed, becoming considerate of others and no longer looking down on the servants in the house. They sat together at the table to eat and chat about family matters, as warm as a family. The originally empty mansion came alive again. In Lin Ruoyan's opinion, she just invited everyone to have dinner together. She didn't have to prepare the meal herself. After eating, she just left without cleaning up the dishes. It was very comfortable. She couldn't think of the significance of this meal to the other people. The warmth and equal emotional exchange made others finally realize the goodness of this real daughter. After dinner, Lin Ruoyan originally wanted to take her son to the private audio-visual room in the basement of the villa to watch a movie. Such good equipment, comparable to the sound and large screen of a movie theater, it would be a pity not to watch it. Here, the equipment is not only a video recorder, but also a VCD player, and there are countless genuine audio and video tapes and discs. When she watched these films, it was rare for her to borrow pirated copies from classmates. Many of them were downloaded from the campus network and were infected with various viruses. She could even tolerate the quality of the films secretly filmed in video halls where it was so dark that no one could be seen. Now she can watch the authentic films openly. Unexpectedly, my son was not interested in this kind of thing at all. After dinner, he went back to his bedroom to read the newly bought books. Lin Ruoyan wanted to watch a movie herself, and felt a little guilty for not being able to accompany her son. She said softly, "How about mommy read you a bedtime story later?" Lin Mingxi's eyes lit up and she said, "Okay, I'll pick out the book first and wait for mom to read it later." When Lin Ruoyan finished watching a classic Hong Kong movie and returned upstairs to fulfill her promise, she was shocked to find that the bedtime story her son had prepared for her was actually the original text of Ziji Tongjian. She could not help but feel dizzy. Chapter 18 Company Vision. In the real world, Lin Ruoyan could already reach the hypnotic effect of reading their vernacular version of Ziji Tongjian after just 2 pages, so she consciously went to the study to find a kanji dictionary for assistance. After all, the original text contained many uncommon characters, and she was afraid that she could not read it through, and even if she read it, she would not know what the word meant. Maybe her son also used this hypnosis? She read a few pages, and she didn't know if her son was sleepy or not, but she was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes at all. She originally wanted to wait until her son fell asleep so that she could count how to spend more money the next day or the day after tomorrow, but she ended up falling asleep in a daze. It's not good for her son to be too smart. At the age of 5, he read Ziji Tongjian before bed. In a few years, I'm afraid she won't even be qualified to read him bedtime stories. The next morning, Lin Ruoyan had breakfast with her son and went into the city alone. The owner of the large courtyard house flew back from abroad and arrived last night. However, in order to save time, he arranged to meet in the morning to complete the transaction. If all goes well, he will fly out of the country that night. So she also actively cooperated with the owner's time. With Qin Shuang's assistance, they followed the same method and completed the contract signing and transaction transfer procedures in one morning. The homeowner was still insisting on giving a profit of 100,000 yuan. After all, it was rare for a buyer like Lin Ruoyan to pay in full in cash. How could he know that Lin Ruoyan had a daily spending limit? How could he pay less for the courtyard house? After much persuasion, Lin Ruoyan suggested that a clause be added to the transaction contract, stating that the interior furniture left by the homeowner in the courtyard house would be handled by Lin Ruoyan, so he still couldn't pay less. The owner only visited the house once after he got it back. He was born in the countryside where his father was sent to labor reform. He never lived in this courtyard and had no feelings for it. He also didn't think there was any value in the broken bricks and tiles. Anyway, it was a desolate place now and he didn't plan to take anything away from here. He was very happy that the buyer was willing to help him clean up the mess. Lin Ruoyan thought that adding this sentence was appropriate from a legal point of view. It could not only satisfy her requirement of spending an extra 100,000 yuan legally, but also make the homeowner feel at ease and stop bargaining for the price. Unexpectedly, their homeowner felt really bad and secretly paid off all the agency fees of 120,000 yuan. Originally, the agency fees in this era were paid by both the buyer and the seller in half. Lin Ruoyan accidentally spent 60,000 less, so she could only wrap the agency fees in a big red envelope and give it to Qin Shuang. How could Qin Shuang, who had just joined Miss Lin's company, dare to accept it? This was a year's salary for a regular white-collar worker, so he refused it no matter what. Therefore, the seller and the agent were very satisfied with the transaction. Only Lin Ruoyan felt lost. How could there be money that could not be spent? Forget it. Qin Shuang had become her employee anyway. She could start with a higher salary and receive bonuses every month. She could always make up for the money that was not spent here. When it came to wages, she had to start thinking about the company's vision. Because during lunch, Qin Shuang said that she tried to improve the structure of the real estate company yesterday. She could still handle the regular departmental personnel structure arrangements. After all, there were so many real estate companies at home and abroad that could be used as references. The only thing Qin Shuang was a little unsure about was the boss's expectations for the company. This vision is actually the core of the corporate culture. With this, the company's rules, employee handbooks, etc. can be compiled without deviation. Lin Ruoyan thought about it and it was right. She must make it clear in advance what kind of company she wanted. So after lunch, she took Qin Shuang to a high-end cafe, ordered the most expensive coffee and snacks, and started talking about this matter. Qin Shuang was very professional and took out a notebook and a recorder to take notes, making it seem like he was interviewing a big shot. Lin Ruoyan thought about the vision of the real estate company she worked for in real life. It was very beautiful. Although the core was about the blessing of working 996 or 007, it was very contagious. She thought she didn't have the ability to make up something with similar connotations. It was indeed a brain-consuming job. Why not let her assistant do it? She just had to explain her own ideas clearly. So she asked seriously, "Have you ever thought about finding a job that pays well, has little work, is close to home, where you can get off work on time and have weekends off, don't have to work overtime on statutory holidays, and if you need to take leave, it will definitely be approved, and your salary won't be deducted?" Qin Shuang almost dropped the pen and notebook in his hand. Isn't this the dream company of a working person? However, this is obviously just a dream. In reality, it is probably only possible for large state-owned enterprises with good benefits and a monopoly in the industry, such as tobacco and electricity. Is this Miss Lin's vision for the company? Lin Ruoyan said, "Yes, I hope my company can give employees this feeling. Although it is not easy to guarantee that they will be close to work, I will try my best to meet other requirements. So, we are really a real estate company." Qin Shuang stayed up late yesterday to read the articles of association of many real estate companies, especially those of well-known domestic real estate companies. It seems that all private companies have a single day off per week, with only working hours but no off-get-off work time. Business trips are eager to squeeze out the employees' pitiful private time, forcing you to get up early and go to bed late to meet the needs of arriving at the business trip location on time during working hours. But after thinking about it, Qin Shuang understood that the company's vision is a beautiful fantasy that employees need to work hard to realize. Only bosses who can paint a rosy picture can attract people, and everyone will work together to achieve this goal. As for how many years it will take to achieve it, that is another matter. If the company's performance is really good enough that everyone can make money without doing anything, just like some large state-owned enterprises with resource monopolies, of course they can read newspapers and drink tea from 9 to 5 and take leave whenever they want. I understand. Qin Shuang wrote quickly and did not raise any more objections to this question. Next, Lin Ruoyan needs to give clear instructions on the setting up of the department. Lin Ruoyan thought that since she had rented an entire floor of office space of almost 1,500 square meters, she would at least have to fully equip all the departments of a real estate company. It must have the human resources, finance, and logistics that a regular company would have, and it must also have the development department, cost department, design department, engineering department, and sales department that a real estate company would have. However, a serious real estate company would never set up so many departments before acquiring land. At most, they would have a title, and they were often just department heads. If they hadn't even acquired the land, would they need so many people in the design, engineering, and sales departments? As for the human resources department, since the president already had an assistant, why would they need to set up a special human resources department? The design department may be needed before and after the land is acquired, so the engineering department only needs a director who understands engineering. The sales department can even consider looking for free advice from the sales company. In the era of the book, professional sales companies were more common, which saved money compared to real estate companies hiring a group of people. In order to win the subsequent sales contracts, such companies would give free advice to the project in advance. If it is a slightly more professional sales company with planning, Party A can even save the design department. The real estate company has just been established, and who knows if it will fail after one hit. If it doesn't make money, you can support your own sales department. How can it be better than hiring a professional sales and planning team from outside? The sales company has already accumulated customers, and it is enough to assign some customers to your project. However, the above streamlined structure was not what Lin Ruoyan wanted. With so few people, how could she consume the high human cost she had set? She was very determined to build all the above departments, and it would be best if all the people were recruited within a week and salaries were paid this month. Chapter 19 Kindergarten decided. Lin Ruoyan was in a good mood when she thought that so many expensive projects would be fulfilled one by one. By the way, she also made it clear about the layout of the office on that floor according to her own department and the concept of comfortable office. Qin Shuang had been to that luxurious office before, and as soon as her leader said so, she sketched out the zoning maps of each department. This was a method of quickly drawing house layouts that she had learned by herself when she worked as a real estate agent. She soon formed a concise task book for office layout. She suggested casually, "Boss Lin, why don't we ask Professor Chiao to design the office decoration?" Lin Ruoyan thought that this girl was smart and knew how to spend money, so she nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, you are absolutely right. But if Professor Chiao feels busy, he doesn't have to do it himself, he can just arrange for someone else to do it." This must not be confused with the Seheyuan project. After the separate project contract is drawn up, there is no need to give any design fee discounts. Just follow the market conditions. Lin Ruoyan's original intention was of course to pay another design fee. Although it might just be a simple decoration arrangement such as erecting a partition wall and buying furniture to put in the office, she could pay a huge design fee according to the price of public decoration, which could be a channel to spend money in every minute. Who knew that Qin Shuang was thinking, "It's such a simple matter, just sign the contract, what is the market situation?" She wants to get the most benefits for her boss. If Professor Chiao has no time to do it himself and sends his subordinates to do it, then the design fee must be controlled within a reasonable range. Should the construction be included as well? At this time, Lin Ruoyan didn't know Qin Shuang's idea of trying to save money for the company. After talking about the so-called work, she saw that it was almost 4 o'clock. Of course, she would get off work as soon as possible and go home to be with her son. Although Mr. Lin didn't give any instructions, Qin Shuang would definitely not be so crazy as to think that he could get off work at 4 o'clock. She consciously went to Professor Chiao's studio after leaving the cafe and quickly proposed a new project for office decoration. The company's formalities had to be completed, and the decoration would definitely need to be completed over time. According to her experience, that kind of simple decoration could be completed within a week, and then the business could be opened for recruitment. The next day, Lin Ruoyan's main activity during the day was to accompany her son to choose a kindergarten. She asked Qin Shuang to take care of the decoration of the courtyard and the office for a few days. In the evening, she was going to meet someone, a family friend who came from afar and was arranged by Lin Ruxu for her to receive. Since Lin Ruxu couldn't make it back, she asked her younger sister Lin Ruoyan to take her place, arrange accommodation for her, and accompany her to a welcoming banquet to show her sincerity. In the original book, her brother was afraid that she would not know the etiquette, so he asked Li Ichi to accompany her. The vicious female supporting role naturally pulled down the fake daughter in various ways, but she herself had never seen the world, and she was the one who made a fool of herself. If it were not for Lee Ich's efforts to protect her, she would have almost ruined the impression of the old friend's uncle on the Lin family. Now her brother actually let Lin Ruoyan go by herself without mentioning Lee Ichi, which inevitably gave her a little confidence. Unfortunately, Lin Ruxu had already booked and paid for the uncle's accommodation and dinner in advance. This was originally to prevent the uncle from spending money, but unexpectedly it also created obstacles for her sister to spend more money. Lin Ruoyan didn't dare to change the hotel and meals chosen by her brother, so she could only think of other, wrong, ideas. After the incident of buying the courtyard house, the wasteful system had already gained a lot of confidence in the host's way of spending money recklessly, and stopped making noise for the time being. This allowed Lin Ruoyan to focus more on finding a kindergarten for her son. In her limited 8 months of life, she spent money on herself and spent more time with her son. Kindergarten matters had to be decided as early as possible. After all, if you choose a public kindergarten in the city, you still need to go through the procedures in advance, such as getting a transfer permit, so it is not so easy to go to school. Wang Kuei's revised and improved list included 6 kindergartens near West D. According to Lin Ruoyan's request, there were only 2 sheets of paper, with the map markings and value rankings clearly written. Lin Ruoyan couldn't choose by herself, so she took her son to pick according to the rankings. The first one is an international kindergarten in X City District, near the 2nd Ring Road. It has real foreign teachers teaching in both Chinese and English, and the Chinese teachers all have nationally certified early childhood education certificates. Although their teaching venue is not as large as the international kindergarten in the Villa area, and the school building is also a reconstruction of an old building, it is already the largest in the entire X City District with the best hardware and software facilities. The students come from all nationalities and skin colors. The teaching philosophy respects the individual development of children, and the class is mixed with different ages. However, it does not pay much attention to the teaching of traditional Chinese culture, nor does it advocate that preschool children learn to read and write. Not a single Chinese character or letter is taught. If you do not continue to attend an international school in the future and want to go to a public elementary school, you will need to attend preschool to make up for the missed lessons, otherwise you will not be able to keep up with the learning progress of ordinary children when you enter school. Lin Ruoyan thought that her son already knew so many words, so it didn't matter whether the school taught him or not. Being able to interact with foreign children and foreign friends might help broaden his international horizons. When Lin Mingxi came to this kindergarten, she completely regarded it as a playground. In addition to the various dreamy colors and complete amusement facilities, the overall atmosphere did not feel like a school. The children ran and played wildly indoors and outdoors, sat or lay down freely in the classroom during class, and the older children took the younger children to climb trees, step on puddles and roll in the mud. The teachers did not force the children to sit in rows, but only guided them appropriately and maintained their safety, and never interfered with their preferences and nature. Unfortunately, Lin Mingxi was only interested in the amusement park for a short while, and said she wanted to leave after an hour. Lin Ruoyan took her son to the 2nd kindergarten according to the list. This is a municipal public first-class kindergarten, hidden in an alley. It is said to have been rebuilt from a royal palace. It is low-key and luxurious. Parents of the students all work in nearby ministries and large state-owned enterprises. There are kindergarten primary school transition courses for the senior classes. The children who graduate here can recognize at least 1,000 characters, master a musical instrument or learn calligraphy or some other talents, have a full understanding of our country's cultural traditions, and can communicate in simple foreign languages. However, if you want to enter the park, you need to have a household registration in X City District of this city, and it is impossible to pay the sponsorship fee without a connection. When entering this public kindergarten, Lin Mingxi stood next to the large wall of bookshelves and finally smiled happily. According to the original book, since Lin Ruoyan was busy with all kinds of stupid things and left her son alone, Lin Mingxi had been at home with no one to arrange for him to go to kindergarten. After all, he would be old enough to go to elementary school in a year, and there was the maid Mrs. Chen to look after him at home, so why did she need to send him outside every day? In the past, when Lin Mingxi was a child in a small town in the south, he was taken care of by Lin Ruoyan's adoptive parents. After the old couple passed away, he was thrown into a private care home by Lin Ruoyan. He was not interested in the childish games and toys played by other classmates. He was bored watching TV and was naturally not very impressed with the kindergarten. He took a quick glance at the books in this kindergarten and found that he had never read most of them. He felt like he had found a treasure and immediately didn't want to leave. Seeing her son's obsessed expression, Lin Ruoyan knew that unless other kindergartens had more books than this one must be it. Chapter 20. An old man and a young man. Lin Ruoyan inquired around and found out that the quaint courtyard where the kindergarten was located and the walls full of books were all donated. Their house was antique and the books contained vertical traditional Chinese characters as well as various original foreign language reading materials. However, they were not suitable for young children to read, so they were used as decorative walls to enhance the cultural temperament and showcase the kindergarten's long cultural and historical heritage. There are so many books. I want to come. Lin Minshi was full of anticipation. Okay. But if you finish reading the book, will you still come? Lin Minshi tilted her head and thought for a while before answering, no. Lin Ruoyan really hopes that the collection of books here can sustain her son until he reaches the legal age to enter primary school. So there was no need to look at other kindergartens on the list. Lin Ruoyan immediately discussed various admission procedures with the person in charge of the kindergarten. For example, she already had a hukou in a courtyard house in X City district, so it was easy to get a hukou. What about the note? My brother had connections and could help me get it, but it would definitely cost money. The official monthly tuition for public kindergartens was very low, but a transfer like this required a so-called sponsorship fee of 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. As long as it was about paying the money, Lin Ruoyan did it without hesitation. Unfortunately, after all the calculations, she could only spend 200,000 yuan. She spent more than 3 million yuan a day on average. Earlier than originally planned, the kindergarten was booked in the morning, so Lin Ruoyan took her son home for lunch at noon. Her son was a little car-sick, so he took a nap after lunch. Lin Ruoyan thought that she would have to receive Uncle Yu in the evening, so she quickly took a nap to recuperate. Wang Kuei ran errands for the company registration, the decoration of the courtyard and office was entrusted to a professional design team, and even the improvement of the company's structure was done by assistant Qin. She didn't have to worry about anything at all. After lunch, she lay on her bed and couldn't think of anything else that needed to be done immediately, so she went to sleep peacefully. When she woke up again, the sun had set. The life of a rich daughter who eats, sleeps, wakes up, and then rushes to have dinner is really happy. In the book, the uncle of the Lin family is named Yu Yu, who had a certain influence in the political arena of Beijing. Later, he retired to the second line and returned to his hometown to live a low-key retirement life, but he would come to Beijing every year to visit relatives and friends. Most of the descendants of the Yu family are basically developing in Beijing and surrounding areas. Lin Ruxu was good at playing Go when he was young, and Yu Yu also had this hobby. In addition to their relationship as old friends, they also had a close friendship as Go friends. So every year when Yu Yu goes to Beijing, he will definitely arrange to meet Lin Ruxu to play a few games of chess. In the past, Lin Ruxu would definitely come to pick him up in person if he had time, but this time he was going abroad for business and it would be difficult for him to come back in time, so he asked his sister to pick him up. Originally, Lin Ruxu wanted Li Ichi to go, after all, Uncle Yu also knew his sister. Unfortunately, Li Ichi didn't like Go, so she could only receive him as a courtesy. She especially said that being forced to teach Go by Uncle Yu left a deep impression on her, so she would rather not meet him if she could. Lin Ruoyan was not afraid of this. It was just a game of chess. When Yu Yu found out that she was not cut out for it and was a blockhead who could not be taught, he would no longer be enthusiastic about it. She was still very confident about this. Unexpectedly, when she was about to leave, her son suddenly appeared. He blinked his big eyes and asked carefully, "Mom, are you going to see Grandpa Fish?" Lin Ruoyan asked curiously, "Yes, how did you know?" "Uncle said Grandpa Yu is good at playing chess." Lin Minsh's eyes were full of hope. Lin Ruoyan remembered that the original book had a brief plot. Lin Minshi didn't say a word in the first few days after returning home. Lin Ruxu tried many ways to communicate with him, including asking him to read books and teaching him to play Go. Later, his son still didn't talk much, but the enlightenment of playing Go was completed. Maybe Lin Ruxu introduced Yu Yu to him when he was playing Go? It is said that his level has reached professional 7th Dan or above, but Lin Ruxu passed the amateur 5th Dan exam at the age of 10, but gave up the next step because of his busy studies. However, after years of learning from Yu Yu, Lin Ruxu's actual level must have exceeded amateur 5th Dan. Anyway, they are all very good. Since her son wants to see the great Go player Yu, she must satisfy him. If Yu gets the urge to teach people how to play Go, she can let her son take over. It was a happy decision. So she dressed her son up nicely and took him to the hotel where Yu was staying. Lin Ruxu had already arranged the hotel room and the dinner room in advance, so she didn't have to worry about it at all. The family had a special car to pick them up, and they arrived at the 5-star hotel just in time, a few minutes earlier than the agreed time. Lin Ruoyan was meeting her elders today, so she dressed neatly and simply, wearing flat shoes, which made her walk very comfortable. After she and her son sat down in the private room, Yu and his wife Ju Wei also came down from the guest room upstairs and entered the private room on time. Lin Ruxu greeted Yu in advance, saying that her sister had just returned to Beijing from the south and was planning to open a real estate company, and asked Uncle Yu for guidance. She also mentioned that her sister had a son, but was still single, and asked politely if there were any good young men who could introduce a partner to her sister. Yu is a shrewd person who has been in the political world. After Lin Ruxu told him all this, he had already made a preliminary judgment about this real daughter of the Lin family. Before returning home, this child grew up in the south and his studies were delayed, but he was ambitious and knew how to start a company instead of just relying on his brother for care, so there was an early foundation for his good impression. When we actually met, the good impression was confirmed. After all, Lin Ruoyan was a low-level worker in the real world. The leaders of her company showed special respect to those high-ranking politicians, whether they were in office or not. She also showed various respects imperceptibly, not only because she was a junior of a family friend, but also because of a habit brought from the real world. Such as observing the leader's words and expressions, asking about his well-being, hanging clothes and pulling out chairs for him, politely asking about the tea and food choices. In short, there was no mistake in any detail. This not only made Yu look at her in a new light, but also surprised Ju Wei. After all, some people in the wives' circle had talked about this country girl Lin Ruoyan, and she thought that this girl had never seen the world and had a low level of education, and had no idea how to deal with such a situation. She was thinking about how to protect her and not let the old man pick on her. As a result, Lin Ruoyan's judgment is higher than Lin Ruxu's. When Lin Ruxu was a child, he was spoiled by Yu and never said a harsh word. When he grew up, he was mature and steady in front of outsiders, but he would occasionally jump out of his mind and be willful in front of his elders. For example, if he was introduced to a girlfriend, he would immediately refuse, looking unhappy. But Lin Ruoyan, like the assistants of those big companies before, was too polite and respectful, which made Ju Wei suspicious. Didn't she work in a restaurant reception? Didn't she work on a factory assembly line? In addition to Lin Ruoyan, there was also the little Lin Mingxi, who looked about 70% similar to Lin Ruxu when he was a child. It was true that the nephew resembled the uncle. Although the child was a little silent, he was very well behaved after polite greetings, and he didn't look like he had autism. The light in his eyes was very smart. Yu naturally also liked this kid like Lin Ruxu, and he mentioned Go within 3 sentences. Lin Mingxi seemed to be looking forward to this. Lin Ruoyan then discovered that her son suddenly started talking more than ever before. The key point was that with just a few words, the old and the young actually started playing blind chess with a table full of delicious food. Chapter 21 Meeting an acquaintance in the hotel. Lin Ruoyan's understanding of Go was limited to the 19 vertical and horizontal lines on the board, with 361 intersections, each of which could be named using longitude and latitude. As for the Go terminology and layout logic, she only knew a few words and did not understand the mystery at all. No one in the southern town lives there. She is sure that her son only learned about Go after he came to Beijing, and Lin Ruxu may have only found time to teach him. However, there are many Go books in Lin Ruxu's study, from entry level to advanced level, from low level to high level, all kinds of things. Her son may have read those books when he was free. Lin Mingxi is set up as a child prodigy who has a photographic memory. After learning the basic rules of Go, he can quickly get started by looking at the chess records and has always wanted to find someone to play Go with. Lin Ruxu is usually very busy and has no time, and the servants at home don't know how to play Go. He finally met a professional Go master who is highly respected by his uncle today, so he naturally couldn't help but want to play a game. So what if there is no chessboard or chess pieces? He just needs to remember it clearly in his mind. This is not difficult at all. Therefore, Yu had no impression of how the food was at the welcoming banquet. Lin Ruxu's sister was nice and polite. He did not bother to get to know her in other aspects because his mind was attracted by Lin Mingxi. I heard that this child has only been in contact with Go for half a month, but he can actually play blindfolded Go. This is not something that an ordinary 5-year-old child can remember. Moreover, the layout is quite methodical, not just random, at least he understands the rules. Although Lin Mingxi's chess skills are still lacking at this time, if such a good seedling can meet a famous teacher for guidance, he will definitely reach the level of amateur 5th dan in 1 or 2 years, which is more than enough for him to become a professional chess player. Why didn't Lin Ruxu tell him earlier? With this child, he should have come to Beijing earlier. Nothing else matters. Teaching this child how to play chess is the only way to feel fulfilled. Zhu Wei knew from her husband's expression that he was addicted to teaching people how to play Go again. When Lin Ruxu was too busy to learn Go, he shifted his focus to Li Yiqi, who was a few years younger than her. This girl was also very smart, but unfortunately she just didn't like to learn Go, so much so that when she heard that Uncle Yu was coming, she would try to hide. Now, the third generation of the Lin family, the young Lin Mingxi seems to like learning Go and is smarter than Lin Ruxu. My wife will probably stay in Beijing longer this time. The old man and the young boy played blind chess, while Zhu Wei chatted with Lin Ruoyan about what she was good at. Xiaoyan, your brother said you are still single. Aunt Zhu knows a nice guy. Do you want to get to know him? Lin Ruoyan suddenly understood why her brother didn't come to entertain these two old friends in person. Her brother didn't have a girlfriend yet. Most of the time, every time he entertained someone, Aunt Zhu would enthusiastically arrange and introduce them to a girlfriend. Lin Ruoyan fully understood the common hobbies of this old lady, and she chatted with a smile, resisting the urge to mention her own unconventional ideas. The older generation doesn't like to hear the opposite, and besides, these two old people are not your parents. When they meet and introduce you to someone, it is to show their affection and care. You won't see them every day in the future. After dealing with this meal, everyone can just go away in a good mood. Based on this principle, Lin Ruoyan certainly behaved obediently and well behaved as a qualified junior should. Zhu Wei thought that it was better to have a daughter. Ruoyan was much better than that brat Shu. She was sweet-talking and knew all the etiquette at the dinner table. It was a pity that they met too late. Her own son had already married and had children. Besides, Lin Ruoyan's son is so smart, much smarter than her grandson who climbs up the roof and can't sit still like a monkey. Look at how happy my husband is, I haven't seen him so happy in many years. So why not check out the hotel room and stay at the Lin family for a few days? Even if we stay at their hotel, my husband will probably have to go to the Lin family every day to teach his apprentices. After finishing the meal and sending the two elders back to their hotel room, Lin Ruoyan took her son downstairs in the elevator. As luck would have it, she ran into Wei Shu as soon as the elevator door opened. Wei Shu was wearing an ordinary suit in the elevator, but even the cheapest clothes did not detract from his handsome appearance. He seemed to be attending a banquet, but there was a lady who was old enough to be his mother. The woman looked a bit ungentlemanly and tried to pull Wei Shu's hand while reeking of alcohol. Lin Ruoyan saw the plea for help in Wei Shu's eyes, so she pressed the elevator door switch and called out, Wei Shu, you're here. Don't you have an appointment with me tonight? Wei Shu took a look and hurriedly walked out of the elevator car. The woman was unhappy and said, Xiao Wei, didn't you say you were fine at night? Wei Shu defended himself, Madam Liu, you may not have heard clearly because you were drunk. I did say that I had other things to do in the evening and could not accompany you. At this time, a hotel waiter came over, and Lin Ruoyan quickly called out, Waiter, can you help send that lady back to her room? Wei Shu immediately understood and added, Mrs. Liu lives in room 419 on the 4th floor. The waiter quickly responded to the request. Lin Ruoyan and Wei Shu took the elevator on the other side and went directly to their hotel lobby. The Lin family's driver was already waiting at the lobby entrance. Wei Shu didn't say a word in the elevator. Just like last time at the charity reception, he gently and respectfully escorted Lin Ruoyan and Lin Mingxi to the lobby. Lin Ruoyan was smart enough not to ask anything. Wei Shu should have understood her excuses. If she asked more, it would be awkward. She pulled her son into her luxury car and said politely without much sincerity, How are you going to get home later? If it's on your way, I can take you there in my car. There was an indescribable bitterness in Wei Yishu's eyes, but a gentle smile hung on his face. He declined, I live nearby, I can just walk back by myself. Lin Ruoyan guessed that Wei Yishu didn't want to have any more involvement with a rich girl like her, so she didn't insist, and didn't even look at her again. The windows of this luxury car are covered with one-way film, so you can see clearly from inside the car, but if the doors and windows are closed, people outside can no longer see what's going on inside. Wei Yishu stared at the luxury car driving away from their hotel, feeling inexplicably bitter. He knew that Lin Ruoyan had good intentions, and had just helped him out without asking any questions, but it seemed as if she had seen through his false disguise. He was just an actor, invited to a celebrity party. Others might be friends in the circle, but he was paid to appear. He sang a few songs, danced with them, said some blessings, and had dinner and chatted with a group of ladies to liven up the atmosphere. Not only Mrs. Liu, but in fact, several ladies looked at him with unpleasant eyes, and he could feel it. Mrs. Liu pretended to be drunk and asked him to help her check in a hotel room. She also asked him to be sent back to the room, saying that she would not treat him unfairly. How could he not understand the implication? Chapter 22 So economical? Wei Yishu recalled the company leader's advance instructions. The rich ladies who gathered today are all wealthy and powerful, potential investors and resource providers of the company. If you make them happy, you won't have to worry about not having good scripts and big productions in the future. And they all know the rules very well. Even if they have a one-night stand, they will take good precautions and will not get entangled afterwards. This is the unspoken rule in the industry. The company leader said that he was a man and there was nothing to be afraid of. He was not a big shot and should just treat it as a relationship. If someone really liked him and made him famous, what would this small sacrifice matter? If he could only become famous in that way, he would rather spend more time with Lin Ruoyan. At least the Lin family and the company still had a formal service contract. He didn't feel embarrassed at all around her, but rather very comfortable. He was willing to accompany her for free. Unfortunately, Lin Ruoyan obviously looked down on him. She just said she would give her a ride, but her eyes were on her son, not him at all. How could he have the nerve to hitchhike and ruin the good time between mother and son? Anyway, the place where he rents is not suitable for luxury cars. The community is crowded and messy, and there are bicycles parked randomly without following the rules. If he scratches someone else's luxury car again, he can't afford the compensation. The car drove for a while, and Lin Mingxi suddenly said, that uncle just now was good looking. Oh, he is quite handsome, he is an actor. Lin Ruoyan answered, her mind had long been diverted from Wei Yishu. If he had gotten in the car just now, she would have used this as an excuse to pay for his company after sending him to the place. Even a small amount is still meat, and it would be nice to spend it on Wei Yishu to make him feel comfortable. However, this small amount of money is really too little. Wei Yishu probably didn't feel like that, for fear that she would be like Madame Liu. He seems to like Mom. Lin Mingxi observed very carefully, and the child spoke without restraint. Lin Ruoyan quickly corrected him, don't talk nonsense, kid. If he really liked it, he would have gotten in the car and asked me to take him there. Lin Mingxi said, he kept staring at Mom. Lin Ruoyan didn't care, of course, your mother is so beautiful, any man who is not blind will naturally take a few more glances at her. The driver lowered the partition behind the driver's seat, and felt that there was something wrong with the way the young lady educated her son. He decided not to listen, lest his thoughts be misled. The prodigal system muttered, host, why didn't you force Wei Yishu into the car just now? His home is far away. He doesn't have money to take a taxi, and he can't get there by bus. Can you really bear to see him walk home alone? It's not safe for such a handsome man to walk on the road at night. Lin Ruoyan had already figured out what the prodigal system was thinking, and replied, this was an emergency. Wasn't my reaction fast enough? I tried my best to rescue him from Madame Liu, which increased his favorability towards me. I even tried to coax him into getting in my car, but was it because I didn't explicitly ask for money that he refused? But if I openly asked for money, he would have refused, right? Alas, this man is too arrogant and has a strong sense of self-esteem. How about you give me some predictions next time and tell me that I will meet Wei Yishu, so that I can make more adequate plans. Anyway, Lin Ruoyan outputted a lot in her mind and pushed all the responsibility onto the spendthrift system. The system had no choice but to whimper and talk back. The next day, Lin Ruxu caught an early flight back home and showed up at the restaurant during breakfast time. Although he had been on the plane all night, he was in high spirits and praised his sister for hosting the Yu family yesterday. As soon as the plane landed, he called the two elders to greet them, and heard nothing but praise. Then he said, "Uncle Yu wants to teach Mingxi how to play Go, and he also said that I am smarter than Mingxi and I am a good candidate. I have asked Sister Chen to prepare a guest room for them. They will move in today and stay in our house temporarily." Lin Ruoyan certainly didn't mind. The house was so big that there were 3 large guest suites. The problem was, she asked tentatively, "Auntie Ju asked me yesterday, do you have a partner?" "Oh, yes, how could I have forgotten this?" Lin Ruxu slapped her forehead and said, "I haven't had time to meet the lady from a noble family that she introduced to me last year. Forget it, you can attract the attention first this year. I have something else to do in the company. I won't say any more. I'm going to work now." After saying this, Lin Ruxu hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of food and ran away. Lin Ruoyan thought that her brother would probably go out early and come back late these days, or even go away on a business trip. In the morning, Yu Yuyu and Zhu Wei moved into the guest room of her villa. Yu Yuyu specifically said, "Yesterday, Mingxi wanted to go to a kindergarten in X city. I have already contacted my former subordinate, who happens to be in charge of education in that area. I told him that it is their honor that my apprentice wants to go to their kindergarten, and there is no need to approve any notes or pay any sponsorship fees. Mingxi will definitely pass the Go Amateur 5th Dan exam before graduating from kindergarten. Such a good seedling is beyond the reach of others. He will thank me when the time comes." Lin Ruoyan thanked him quickly, but her heart was bleeding. She couldn't even spend the money she had paid for the sponsorship. It seemed that she couldn't even spend the money for the Go teacher. How could this be justified? Where is the money-eating, money-shredding machine? How can her son save money like this? But 200,000 is just a small amount compared to the 3 million she has to spend every day. She still has to give Uncle Yu face. The Yu family seems to have a grandson who is about the same age as Lin Mingxi, and a daughter who is younger than her and has not yet married. If there is a chance, invite them to Beijing City to play, and give each of them a big red envelope of hundreds of thousands. In the days before going to kindergarten, Lin Mingxi read books at home and was trained by Yu Yuyu to play Go. Lin Ruoyan was afraid that Zhu Wei would introduce her to a boyfriend, so she went out to the city to do business. She explained to the public that she wanted to set up a company, and she was watching the decoration of the company's office space and the decoration of the house she bought in the city. In short, she looked serious and ambitious. This inevitably made the 2 elders of the Yu family feel that the girl of the Lin family was very ambitious. Just like her brother Lin Ruxu, she was a workaholic who left home early and came back late to work on her career. In fact, Lin Ruoyan went into the city after breakfast, of course not to work on her office decoration. That matter had been arranged for Xiao Qin, and she was more concerned about the situation in her own courtyard. That was her base for eating, drinking and having fun in the next few months, and it was also a large fixed asset left to her son in the future. She thought that Professor Chiao and his team would first do concept design in the studio, draw sketches for a few days, and she came here to stroll around to find inspiration or see if there was anything missing. When she arrived at the courtyard, she found that the construction team had already entered the site. How come it was so fast? Are Professor Chiao and the construction team he called so dedicated? Chapter 23. This warehouse furniture. Professor Chiao's cousin, Chiao Isong, was a short, sturdy man with a dark complexion and a face full of vicissitudes from working on construction sites for many years. He wore a loose grey suit and looked much older than Professor Chiao. He stood outside the yard, directing others to set up fences. Professor Chiao's business was a small general contracting project. The cousin took care of the cousin, and the design fee was reported as some extra fees from the school project, so that the construction team could get more money. The client also specifically asked for expensive materials and charged separately. This was pure lucrative work. Their construction team of 7 people came to Beijing from their hometown. Some time ago, they were just doing odd jobs on other construction sites to get a feel for how engineering is done in Beijing. After they gained some experience, they applied it to this new project with full ambition. They have learned about where to report construction procedures in advance and how to save time when renovating courtyard houses in Beijing. For example, the fences are now built to make the city appearance management department look neater and more formal, so that they will not find faults, and to block the eyes of others. Other formalities could not be completed without drawings, so they went in first under the pretext of clearing the site. In addition to removing the garbage, they could also secretly demolish what needed to be demolished, and dig up the pipelines in the yard first. As long as their house did not exceed the height of the fence, the patrol department outside would take care of it, and no one would interfere with their early construction. Professor Chiao is familiar with the procedures for drawings. Many of his classmates now hold important positions in planning departments and construction committees, so it is not difficult for them to use their connections to get favors. Professor Chiao also specifically said that he wanted to design this courtyard house renovation project to the level of the International Habitat Award. Such international awards are not just based on drawings, but also require photos of the completed building. Therefore, the level of the architecture must also highlight the traditional Chinese cultural characteristics. In Chiao Isong's team, there are carpenters, stonemasons, bricklayers, painters, and even complex classical paintings. It is not difficult to restore a pure courtyard house. On this basis, as long as there is a drawing, they will add modern water, heating, and electricity. If the money and materials are in place, they will definitely have the confidence to make a fine product. Now that you have this project as a proof of concept, will you still be worried about not being able to get high-end jobs in Beijing? Therefore, they had been working hard to achieve the best results and not to lose face for Professor Chiao. Moreover, the funds provided by Party A were so abundant that they had to cherish this great opportunity. What's the big deal about getting up early and working overtime? The garbage and discarded wood from the demolition don't need to be told to others. They have already designed it, and those that can be repaired and reused will definitely be kept, helping the owners save as much as possible. In fact, Lin Ruoyan was also looking forward to the courtyard house being repaired as soon as possible. She took a walk to the site and saw that the workers were so enthusiastic and the construction site was formal and orderly, which made her feel relieved. She was afraid that she would cause pressure to the construction team if she kept wandering around the site. Just as she was thinking about leaving, she heard a worker shouting, "Old Chiao, come down and take a look. The basement of this yard is so big." After demolishing a wall, there is a huge warehouse full of old Huanghuali wood furniture. Lin Ruoyan couldn't leave now. There was actually a basement in the yard, and the key point was that there were a lot of old furniture in the basement. Let's not talk about the style and workmanship of those furniture. Just hearing the material, Huanghuali wood is a precious wood with the scientific name of Dalbergia odorifera, also known as Hainan Huanghuali wood and Hainan Huanghuali wood, which is second only to red sandalwood. Huanghuali is the main material for high-end hardwood furniture in Ming and Qing dynasties. It is favored by craftsmen in Ming and Qing dynasties due to its yellow color, fine texture, soft texture, and fragrant aroma. Due to excessive logging by predecessors, Huanghuali was almost extinct in China in the Middle and Late Qing dynasty, and was gradually replaced by mahogany. People in later generations all know that mahogany furniture is valuable, but they don't know that it is just a substitute for Huanghuali wood. 10 years after the millennium recorded in the book, the price of Huanghuali wood furniture has been rising. Some people buy a simple Huanghuali Luohan bed for more than 30 million yuan, and a pair of Huanghuali for foot official hat chairs can also be sold for more than 20 million yuan. So, Lin Ruoyan followed the workers into the basement with a nervous mood, thinking that if there really was any expensive furniture, she must notify the homeowner to take it away quickly. At first glance, this basement is just an ordinary cellar of about 10 square meters. In the past, many old courtyard houses built cellars to store vegetables or ice, so the workers did not pay attention to this dark place at first, thinking that they would clean it up in the future and use it as an ordinary utility room and equipment room. Unexpectedly, when cleaning the wall, they broke open a brick partition wall and found that there was actually a warehouse inside. This warehouse is even bigger, and it is filled with old furniture and other items. There are no doors on the walls, and it is sealed off with bricks from the outside. Perhaps the original owner stored the old items there and did not want later comers to discover them. The workers searched through several boxes, but found nothing except rotten fabrics. There was no calligraphy, painting, porcelain, gold, or silver. They thought that the valuables were probably taken away or sold, and that the heavy furniture was difficult to carry, so it was sealed here. The company that later took office here did not carefully inspect all parts of the house. In those days, living conditions were limited and people's knowledge was limited. Even if they found old-fashioned furniture, they would definitely discard it due to ideological taboos. There were so many rooms on the ground floor that could be used, and it was too troublesome to move the coal briquettes up and down the basement, so they simply locked it up. The unit was vacated, and the descendants of the original owner no longer lived in Beijing at that time. They had the idea of emigrating, but they did not come to take a closer look. Instead, Lin Ruoyan, who bought a second-hand house, got a bargain. Lin Ruoyan still clearly remembered that in order to give the homeowner an extra 100,000 yuan, she signed a clause in the house purchase contract stating that all the decorations and furniture in the house would belong to her. Now it seems like that was superfluous. She never thought that there was a pile of old furniture sealed in the basement of the courtyard. The key point is not the broken tables and chairs, but the yellow rosewood, the style of Ming and Qing dynasties. Because it has been well sealed, the environment in the underground secret room is dry, and the yellow rosewood itself is insect-proof and rot-proof, so when the wall was opened, the fragrance in the room could be smelled from a long distance. Wipe off the dust on the furniture, you can see the color of the furniture itself, bright yellow, with clear texture. Hold it up to the sunlight and look at it, it's golden as if it was coated with gold foil. The carpenters in Qiao Yisong's team looked at the furniture with shining eyes, saying that they had not seen such good old furniture in decades. Any piece of furniture in this room, such as the pair of chairs, could be worth tens of thousands at least. Lin Ruoyan mourned in silence, thinking that if it was worth tens of thousands, it would be fine. But after asking an expert to look at it, the total price was estimated to be over 1 million. Fortunately, it was not made of rosewood. Lin Ruoyan quickly contacted Professor Qiao Yiji and asked him to see if he could find an expert to evaluate the furniture. Then she could contact the original owner and mail the items to him abroad. It would have been fine if she hadn't asked the expert, but once she asked, new problems arose. Chapter 24, Shoot This Land. The expert that Qiao Yijizi found is a professor in the history department of University B, who has extensive experience in studying Ming and Qing furniture. When I heard that some old Wang Wali furniture was found in the courtyard renovation project that Professor Qiao was doing, I was immediately excited to come and see it myself. I couldn't leave after seeing it. Firstly, there were a lot of furniture, and secondly, they were not the kind of furniture that was pieced together. They were all designed as a set for this house and should be the original furniture when the house was built. The tables, chairs, stools, screens, antique shelves, beds and cabinets are all in sets, and the overall style and decorative patterns are related, which is more like the Ming dynasty style before the mid-Qing dynasty. It is not as gorgeous as the late Qing dynasty, but has a more ancient and simple charm. This item is definitely a cultural relic. We need to coordinate with the original owner and the unit that originally occupied the house to confirm its ownership. In theory, it is not recommended to be taken out of the country. The historian gave his conclusion. Lin Ruoyan had no choice but to find the unit that had occupied the house and ask whether the things belonged to them and whether they knew about it at the time. The unit was afraid of being involved in some previous troubles and being sued by the original owner, so they simply denied the responsibility, saying that when they borrowed the property, they only used the rooms on the ground floor, and only added some exposed wires and installed a few light bulbs to the entire yard, and did nothing else. They had no idea what was in the basement. The original owner called back and said that he now has a big business abroad and does not want to be too involved with domestic cultural relics, fearing that it would affect immigration review, so he insisted on following the house purchase contract and let the new Lin Ruoyan handle everything. If you must give a reference, then the original owner suggested that the furniture be left in this house for exhibition. If he returns to China for tourism in the future, he can bring his children and grandchildren to see it. Historians also believe that Lin Ruoyan spent $4 million to buy this courtyard house, and the original old furniture was clearly stated in the contract to be included in the purchase price, so it was impossible for Lin Ruoyan to donate it to the country for free. The state paid for the purchase, and according to the market price, it would require $1 million grant, and the various application procedures are extremely troublesome. No research institute would have the funds or time to do so. After all, this is not a celebrity's former residence. Although the furniture looks exquisitely made, its research value may not be worth $1 million investment. After weighing the pros and cons, the historian suggested that Professor Qiao persuade Lin Ruoyan to set aside some space to put these furniture in when renovating the courtyard house. If they can be used for display, it would be the best to provide convenience for researchers. To put it bluntly, the institute wanted to do research for free and refused to pay, so that Lin Ruoyan could retain the ownership of the things and find a place to put them. Professor Qiao was embarrassed to speak up, so he told Lin Ruoyan about it. In order to implement his old friend's request for cultural relics protection, he temporarily adjusted the plan and squeezed out a few rooms to store these old objects. It can not only serve as a display, but also does not delay the daily use needs originally proposed by Lin Ruoyan. Old objects also have their use value. How magnificent would it be if the set of tables and chairs were placed in the main hall of the courtyard? The same is true for the carved wooden frame bed. Lin Ruoyan herself is not used to sleeping on it, so she can put it in the guest room. There are not many guests at ordinary times, so this is a folk antique display place, where scholars can visit and study, and guests can stay overnight to make it fresh and decent. Careful maintenance can also not delay both. From Professor Chiao's tactful explanation, Lin Ruoyan understood that these furniture were not cultural relics with high research value. The experts asked her to use them for her own use, and the original owner also suggested that they be kept in this house as a memorial. She no longer insisted. Anyway, the price of these furniture is far less than it will be 10 years later, and the relevant people have already cut off their relationship. She left a recording here and found a notary to confirm that the things belonged to her, so she didn't have to worry about future troubles. She would sell it when she really needed the money. But after 8 months, the furniture would not increase in value much, and she could not make up 100 million yuan. Why did she bother? According to the rules of the family squandering system, she was paid monthly, not daily, so if she could not make a profit of 100 million yuan, she should not worry about it. Wouldn't it be better to leave it to her son more than 10 years later, when a pair of chairs could be sold for tens of millions? The renovation of the courtyard house is progressing steadily. Professor Chiao has taken charge of all the design work, including office decoration, so Lin Ruoyan doesn't have to worry about anything. Her son Lin Mingxi was being trained by Uncle Yu to play Go. He would hide in his bedroom to read books when he had some free time. He refused to go out with her. She also had to avoid Zhu Wei. This auntie was either going shopping or visiting old friends. She must have asked her to accompany her to introduce her to someone. She could only lie that she was busy with company matters and left early and returned late every day. So Uncle Yu paid attention to Lin Ruoyan's difficulties. It turned out that her real estate company had just been established and urgently needed to buy a piece of land. However, although Beijing has already had bidding and auctioning, the information is not completely transparent, and any company can bid for the land. Yu Yu was a well-known figure in Beijing, and he immediately used his connections to solve Lin Ruoyan's urgent problem. In fact, the CY District Development Committee also hopes that some non-state-owned real estate developers can participate in order to revitalize the land auction market. After all, they have a lot of difficult plots to deal with. For example, there is a piece of land that is a long-standing problem. Large state-owned enterprises do not like this small, remote plot outside the 4th Ring Road. Private enterprises themselves do not know whether it is good or bad and do not know the details. They dare not easily entrust it. If it is not well planned and it fails to sell, it will definitely not work. This is the capital. The land is bought at a high price and quickly developed into houses to solve the housing difficulties of the people. If someone speculates and hoards the land without developing it, the people in the committee will definitely not have a good result. When he heard that Mr. Yu's younger generation ran a real estate company, and it was a branch of a very powerful company like the Lin Group, he thought it was reliable and immediately sent him an invitation letter to bid for the land. Lin Ruoyan took a look and found that to enter the market, she had to prepare a deposit of 30 million in cash, which had to be deposited into the official designated account. There were also some subsequent transaction procedures, but these were no problem for her. The plot location information and other drawings were also ready, and the land auction was held in a hotel conference hall a week later. She took a look at the information and found it more and more familiar, and suddenly remembered that the book seemed to mention this piece of land. There is a plot in the book where Fang Yu, who represents a real estate company in the south, wants to go through the Lin family in order to be eligible to participate in this auction. In addition to Old Yu, the Lin family also has other connections in the city. Although they are not in real estate, they can recommend relevant personnel. If the Lin family is willing to help introduce a few words and register with the development committee, Fang Yu will be able to apply to participate in the auction and it will be easy to pass the qualification review. However, in the original book, Fang Yu was extremely disgusted with the actions of the real daughter at the party, so she had to bypass Lin Ruoyan and go through Li Yiqi's way. Li Yiqi studied in a prestigious university, so she naturally understood the future development trend of Beijing City, and real estate development must have a lot to do. She thought that since Lin's family did not do real estate, it would be better to introduce Fang Yu to Lin Ruxu. Fang Yu has a successful project in the south, and is very optimistic about Lin Ruxu and Lin Group. If they join forces, then there will be so many industries under Lin Group that will supply Fang Yu with building materials and equipment. Fang Yu will specialize in development, so wouldn't she also be able to earn dividends? Or Lin Group could simply invest in Fang Yu's real estate company and wait for dividends. At that time, real estate companies in Beijing needed to register a company for the project locally, no matter where they came from, so as to facilitate a series of management. Such companies usually include multiple parties' shares to balance the interests, such as the landowners, such as large enterprises in Beijing, etc. Li Yich's recommendation was not wrong, and it was also for the future development of Lin's. Unexpectedly, when the real daughter heard that her brother wanted to cooperate with Fang Yu, she actually threw a tantrum and ruined the deal. Later, Fang Yu found other partners and successfully bought the land and developed a small-sized community, solving the housing problem of the newly settled population in Beijing. She received a series of commendations and gained both fame and fortune. Because Lin missed out on a professional real estate partner, he was unable to make any progress in the real estate sector. Lin Ruoyan stared at the location of the project and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, a bold idea came to her mind. Since Old Yu had found this opportunity for her, she would buy the land and use it as the main outlet for spending money in the next 8 months. Chapter 25 Project Positioning. Lin Ruoyan planned to bid for this piece of land, not to make up for the regrets of the Lin family in the original book, or to go against Fang Yu. In fact, Fang Yu, a strong woman, has a good reputation in the industry and has built many high-quality and affordable houses for the emerging middle class. However, in order to survive, Lin Ruoyan had to buy a piece of land as soon as possible, spend the 100 million this month quickly, and create sufficient reasons to spend money like water in the next few months. According to the information she learned, the auction of other plots of land would have to wait until next month. Others might be able to wait, but she couldn't. Besides, she was quite familiar with the situation of this plot of land. When the time came, she could at least fool the officials and her brother by following the original plot of the book and pushing forward the project. Wait, why do we need to copycats? That way we can save money. In the original book, Fang Yu bid 20 million above the reserve price, and spent a total of 60 million to win the land. So in order to save subsequent costs, she directly applied the mature concepts of previous southern projects to the apartment layout and building facade design, and found a local design institute in Beijing to make construction drawings after some modifications, and the total design fee was about 2 million. She does not own the sales team. She hired a sales company from Beijing. The sales company has to bear the initial sales costs and also bear the risk of losing money if the products cannot be sold. Because it is a housing for basic needs, the construction cost is only delivered in rough form, with paint on the facade, cheap bricks paved in the community environment, and some thin trees planted. Whether the grass seeds will grow next year is another matter. The entire civil engineering was paid for by the construction unit from the beginning of digging the pit, and the real estate company did not spend a penny. Apart from spending 30 million yuan in cash on the purchase of the land, Fang Yu borrowed the rest from the bank. The construction and sales had to be funded by the corresponding partners themselves. It can be said to be a typical example of getting something for nothing. In the end, the financial situation was good, and a lot of pre-sale units were sold before the building was built, and part of the money was returned. After all the operations, Fang Yu only spent 30 million yuan on the initial investment, and after 2 years, the project was sold out and liquidated, making a net profit of 300 million yuan. If a large part of the sales proceeds had not been used to repay bank loans and settle expenses with various partners, she could have made more money. Fang Yu's operation is a classic mode of quick entry and exit for just needed properties. Later, the time cost will be further compressed. In the south, where there is no need to stop construction in winter, it can even take only 8 months from planning to actually selling out the land. By using banks and leverage, the investment of own funds is extremely low and the turnover is fast, expanding like a snowball. There is no need to wait for the house to be built and sold out to get the money back. The money has already been invested in the next project. If Lin Ruoyan had the money and resources to open a real estate company in reality, she would definitely choose a model like Fang Yu's. There are a lot of customers with just-in-time needs in Beijing, and there is never a shortage of people. After investing at a low cost, there is no need to pursue too high a price, just to sell quickly. It may take a long time to accumulate customers in advance, but they are all sold out within 1 or 2 days after the opening. Unfortunately, she is now bound to this wasteful system in the book. Buying land is to solve the problem of investing 100 million yuan rationally, legally and stably every month in the future. According to Fang Yu's way of playing, she could make money in a year, but how could she spend so much money in the first 8 months? If she couldn't spend 800 million, she would be dead, so how could she wait to make money later? If she were to use a similar approach and take on more projects, she wouldn't have the energy to manage them all. After much thought, she decided that she should focus on this one project and resolve all her urgent needs. First of all, the land must be auctioned, no matter how expensive it is. In the original book, Fang Yu bid for 60 million yuan for the land, and Lin Ruoyan planned to bid for 80 million or 100 million yuan. The big expense of bidding for land can complete a month's target in one go. Next, Lin Ruoyan did not plan to build a property for basic needs. The rising land prices increased the cost investment, and she could not sell it at a loss. Considering the natural qualifications of this land, she could build a high-end property, which could at least infinitely increase the initial investment cost. The property would be ready for sale in 8 months, and then it could be sold one after another. If she was lucky, maybe she could live another 2 months. She doesn't want to use any of those methods to save money, such as building small rough houses or building at the maximum floor area ratio. She doesn't seek speed, but only high prices, and she will start selling when the house is almost finished. In short, she wanted to go against the trend of fast-selling just-needed housing. After all, Beijing's housing prices will become more and more expensive. Now, 30,000 yuan per square meter is considered a luxury house, but in the future, 30,000 yuan per square meter will not be enough for a house outside the 6th Ring Road. So what is the 4th Ring Road? If she wants to do this project, she will make it a large apartment with fine decoration, starting with consulting and design, looking for the most expensive ones. If domestic consulting companies and design institutes charge low fees, then find well-known foreign consulting companies and design companies that charge more to do planning and solutions. Then find the top domestic design institutes and sign a stable long-term cooperation contract to do construction drawings. She may not know more about how to save money than Fang Yu, but she has seen many negative examples of people wasting money, and she can do it easily without anyone teaching her. This is a series of steps, carefully planning the initial idea of spending a lot of money in the future. The prodigal system was immediately impressed and praised. As expected of the host, the pattern is big. Buying the land cost a lot of money. Before buying a courtyard house to start a company, renovating and hiring employees, etc., this month we can almost collect 100 million. In the future, with the operation of the project and the various expenses of the company, the achievement of spending money like water is just around the corner. Lin Ruoyan said, of course, the subsequent consulting units, design units, and construction units have also been selected. After signing the contract, a 30% deposit will be paid immediately. A preliminary calculation shows that there will be a reasonable reason to spend money in the past few months at least. After Lin Ruoyan boasted proudly, she calmed down and carefully calculated how much the costs would be in the future because of her professional familiarity with real estate. This month, she could spend about 100 million yuan, and the cost investment in the future would be 300 to 500 million yuan. After all, her imagination was a little exhausted when it came to the unit of 100 million yuan. Therefore, it is necessary to go to consulting companies and the world-famous luxury houses that sell for 100 million yuan each. If they dare to sell their products at such a high price, the cost investment must be high. If she buys them according to the appearance, she can definitely meet the expected cost. The positioning of the project is just this: high-end large-sized luxury houses. She was ambitious and wanted to calculate in her head whether such positioning could cover her 8-month life cycle and 100 million yuan of monthly expenses. But then she thought, why should she calculate it herself? She just hired people and let the cost department and design department do this for her. She doesn't have to do anything herself, that's what a boss should do. She only needs to select the information provided by her subordinates, find the one that meets her monthly spending needs, and make the final decision. If a real estate company is not enough to meet the monthly expenses of 100 million, then it can do something more flexible. For example, acquire a film and television company to invest in filming, which should also spend money quickly. But she really doesn't understand the film and television industry. Can a good movie be made in 3 to 5 months? How long will it take to get the money back after the movie is released? If she wants to do it, she may need to consult industry insiders for details. Otherwise, invest in a mobile phone. Wu Qinghao pushed away the handsome guy Wei Shu who popped up in her mind, and the two tools were fighting. In fact, like the mobile phone and movies, she only saw the surface of it and started without knowing anything. She estimated that she would lose money if she tried it, and she really didn't have the courage to try it randomly. After comprehensive consideration, in order to survive the lavish life of the rich for 8 months, she decided to follow the routine she was familiar with. Chapter 26: How to Select Employees. The land to be filmed next week is located outside the 4th Ring Road of Beijing and within the 5th Ring Road. The book sets that in the future there will be famous Olympic venues and multiple subway lines nearby. Although they are all about 1 or 2 kilometers away from the land, it is better to have them than not. The land to be demolished is the old village in the city. The residents have already been resettled in Hui Elguan and the affordable housing area further north. The demolition has been completed, the land is considered clean, and the 7 connections and 1 leveling have been completed. Not many people have paid attention to it because the project has a construction area of only 100,000 square meters, which is a bit small and relatively remote. There are still many mature plots of land near the 2nd and 3rd Ring Roads. Especially near the CBD, many factories have been vacated, the CBD has expanded eastward, office buildings have been built one after another, and the elites who work here have a strong demand for housing, and generally choose to live nearby, forming a new group of luxury apartments. In addition, there is a saying in Beijing that the East is rich, the West is noble, the North is poor and the West is humble. In addition to the East, there are many large parks and scenic spots to the west, especially the West 2nd Ring Road and the West 3rd Ring Road, which are close to famous attractions in Beijing. In addition, Zhongwenkan, where many universities and technology companies gather, and further west, there are mountains and waters, highlighting the rich atmosphere. It has been a high-end livable area since ancient times. Compared with the above-mentioned high-quality plots, this piece of land that the CY District Committee has been worried about is a bit inferior. Apart from other things, the location alone is worse than the 1st Ring Road, and it is almost to the 5th Ring Road outside the 4th Ring Road. It's so far away, there's no subway, no bus, and no decent hospitals or schools. Although there's an Olympic venue concept, it'll be 8 years before the Olympics. It's now completely desolate, with nothing but vacant land and farmland around it, and the 5th Ring Road is still under construction, so it's just a huge construction site. Most professionals, seeing this location and plot ratio, would prefer to build a small-sized house for basic needs, taking the route of low cost, low total price and quick cash realization. Companies outside Beijing like Fangyu, which are trying to enter the Beijing market for the first time, dare not invest too much and tend to choose such small-scale projects to control costs and quickly get money back. Lin Ruoyan was determined to realize her spending plan for the next 8 months on this piece of land, so she had to come up with a convincing idea. She had already figured it out before, and the positioning was a real luxury house with a large apartment, so the cost of buying the land would not be limited to that of ordinary just-needed houses, and there would be no upper limit to match the style of a luxury house. At that time, no matter how other companies bid for the land, she just needs to keep holding up the sign. The next thing she needed to focus on was selecting employees for the real estate company. She didn't care whether the office could be used this month, as long as the company had to recruit and start paying the dozens of people. She couldn't be like most private companies, working this month and paying at the end of the next month. She planned to pay the full month's salary to all employees, no matter when they joined the company. The salary for this month would be paid this month, and the sooner the better, provided that the financial accounting and social security payments could be completed. Many state-owned enterprises did this, and called it advance salary, so she wanted to emulate them. When Lin Ruxu first heard that her sister had tricked the agent who sold the courtyard house into becoming her assistant, she felt a little worried. Later, he asked Wang Kuei and found out that Qin Shuang was a classmate of Wang Kuei. He was a graduate of a 211 university in Beijing, majoring in business management. He was among the top students when he was studying and served as a student leader. His ability was beyond doubt. It was because of his gender that he failed to get into a state-owned enterprise and suffered setbacks, so he became an agent. Of course, it would be great to have such a capable girl, just in time to be his sister's assistant. So without Lin Ruoyan asking, Lin Ruxu had already asked Wang Kuei and Qin Shuang to connect with the resources of the Lin Group. He transferred all the resumes of outstanding candidates in human resources, finance, and logistics. He even told his sister, overtly or covertly, that anyone at Lynn's company who his sister liked could be transferred to her real estate company. All the candidates on her brother's side were outstanding, so how could Lynn Ruoyan dare to accept them? She politely said that she would pick the resumes of the candidates her brother had sent her, and it should be enough for her to handle it for a while. Lynn's company does not have real estate business, so it is not easy to find candidates for the design department and engineering department. But there is no need to rush. Other types of employees can definitely be arranged. If she, as a president, wants to have a leisurely life in the future, she must have a president's office. Qin Shuang has already admitted that his spoken English is not good and his alcohol tolerance is not good, so he should find an assistant who is fluent in spoken business English and an assistant who can speak polite words and has a good alcohol tolerance. He also needs 2 professional receptionists, a driver, etc., each of whom has his own duties and must not mix them. Look, the CEO office alone can handle at least 6 positions. Relax the academic requirements. Since she herself is not motivated, why would she bother herself with such a high academic degree? According to their boss's idea, Qin Shuang quickly selected a group of suitable candidates for the president's office positions from the pile of resumes given by the Lin Group. She first gave a recommendation ranking to each person and waited for the boss to review them before deciding whether to arrange an interview. Although many companies have non-professionals take on the role of HR, thinking that it is just about calculating wages, allocating and counting the effectiveness of everyone's work, Lin Ruoyan insisted that a person who specializes in HR must be found to lead the HR department. The same is true for the finance department. Both financial management and cashiering must be fully staffed. These 2 departments are related to her reasonable monthly spending. They require people to be smart and absolutely obey the wishes of her as the boss. Considering that the company is in its early stages, the HR and finance departments should first fill 2 or 3 positions, and then decide whether to add more people when the number of employees increases in the future. This solved another 5 or 6 jobs. When Lin Ruoyan mentioned the logistics department, Qin Shuang boldly expressed his opinion. After all, the high-end office building was already equipped with special security and cleaning staff, and there was also a restaurant in the basement of the office building. The driver was placed in the president's office, so why not do without the logistics department for now? This was the first time Qin Shuang expressed his opinion, and Lin Ruoyan must agree to show encouragement. Anyway, the overall salary of the logistics department staff was not high, and she would pay the highest salary in the industry, so it would be better to open a few more departments and recruit some directors, which would also make it easier to fool her brother. There is another very important department. To put it more professionally, it is responsible for the approval and construction procedures. The people actually needed must be familiar with real estate processes, able to understand blueprints, and have certain public relations skills. Such people do not need a high degree of education, the key is to be smart, outgoing, and good at dealing with people. Many serious real estate companies hire people who have worked in relevant government departments before, or the children and nephews of those leaders, who have natural connections. Qin Shuang listened carefully to Lin Ruoyan's description, and after searching through the resumes for a long time without finding a suitable one, he suggested, "Please continue, I will record the job requirements clearly first, and if I can't find any in the resumes for the time being, I will send out recruitment notices." Lin's group has its own recruitment channels. At present, campus recruitment cannot catch up with the graduation season, so it can only recruit from the society first. Qin Shuang is a little worried. Lin's real estate company has just been established. If it directly posts recruitment, it is estimated that there will be few people submitting resumes. How can he recruit real talents? She doesn't know yet that Lin Ruoyan's mind is not solely focused on recruiting talents. It was not until Lin Ruoyan finished reading the resumes of the candidates from the president's office and almost overturned Qin Shuang's ranking that Qin Shuang realized that the boss's selection criteria seemed a little special. Chapter 27 New Employee Onboarding. Take the drivers for example. Lin's group had selected several of them. Qin Shuang arranged them in order according to the scores given by the human resources of Lin's group. Lin Ruoyan chose the last person in Qin Shuang's list, Zhang Li. He was a retired soldier with a disability in his left lower limb, a prosthesis installed below the knee, and a military disability certificate. Although a disabled person with a disabled left lower limb could drive an automatic car, who would pay to hire a disabled driver? Lin Ruoyan respected soldiers the most. In real life, when her hometown was hit by floods, it was the soldiers who rescued and protected the people. She admired the spirit of those soldiers who would fight to the death and bleed, but would not let the people suffer injustice. Besides, there are several drivers in my family. What if the company sets up a driver position just for show? If the company needs to use a car for something, it will always need a dedicated driver. The other is an assistant who is fluent in English and can drink. There is a handsome guy in the resume who is excellent in both of these aspects and is also very good looking. He has a college degree and majored in business English. Lin Ruoyan didn't like him. If he was really talented, how could he waste his time in her company? Besides, why is this person's expected salary so low? One person with multiple talents does the work of two people. She can only provide social security for one of them even if she offers two salaries. Moreover, the workload is too heavy and her self-perception of salary is problematic. It does not match her vision and definition of the company at all. Don't delay his future. She should look at others. So she picked a young man named Feng Qiang who dared to write that he could drink and understood the drinking culture in his special skills. He looked ordinary and older than his actual age. He only had a secondary school education. He used to be a bag carrier for a leader. Later, he couldn't stand the seniority-based system in state-owned enterprises and resigned. He has been idle ever since and can be on duty at any time. She values this person because his ideal salary is the highest among all people with similar qualifications, a fixed salary of 2,500 per month. If his business trips and drinking companionship exceed his working hours, he must take compensatory leave. This is in line with the company's vision. This is what we want. As for the one who is fluent in English, Lin Ruoyan chose another girl who had passed the level 8 English test, but because she only graduated from a vocational high school, she applied for positions other than assistant and front desk secretary. The Lin group did not hire her at the time because she did not wear makeup during the interview. The HR asked her why she did not wear makeup, and she said she did not know how to and could not afford cosmetics. Lin Ruoyan had some impression of the girl's name Hua Mengmeng. It seemed that she was a capable assistant when Li Yiqi started a company in the future. She did not go to high school because of her poor family. She had an alcoholic and violent father at home, who forced her to work to make money. The book explained that if Li Yiqi had not taken in Hua Mengmeng and helped her get rid of the shadow of her family, this girl might have gone to a dead end. Li Yiqi is now fully focused on studying medicine abroad, and it seems that he will not start a company so soon, so Lin Ruoyan thought about placing Hua Mengmeng in her own company first. She couldn't just watch this girl with no way out. For the other two front desk staff, Lin Ruoyan chose a man and a woman who looked good, and whose registered permanent residence was in Beijing. Both of them were in their early 20s, but they had 2 or 3 years of front desk work experience, and they asked for a higher salary than those with less experience. They didn't write any special skills, and there was nothing special about them. Qin Shuang thought hard. Why didn't Lin Ruoyan choose a receptionist with some special skills? Wouldn't it be good if she could sing and dance, love writing and painting, or know photography? Wouldn't it be necessary to rely on such colleagues to create an atmosphere when the company organizes activities in the future? How could she know that Lin Ruoyan was already a little tired when she saw this, and she only picked the ones she thought looked good and had the highest expected salary from the front desk candidates? It just so happened that these two were local people from Beijing. Lin Ruoyan said that if these people were willing to come, they would be hired directly. If they had already found other jobs, they would be contacted later according to her order. Qin Shuang did as he was told and notified the above-mentioned persons by phone. As a result, none of them had stable jobs. They were either idle at home, or doing odd jobs such as cashiering and promotion in supermarkets or serving dishes in restaurants. Without exception, none of them asked about their salary. So when Qin Shuang said that he would sign a contract based on the salary they mentioned in their job applications, these people immediately said that they would come to work the next day. Qin Shuang calculated the progress of the office renovation. He was still laying electrical wires and building partition walls these past 2 days. He would need to bring in some furniture the day after tomorrow at the earliest. So he thought that he might as well wait until the day after tomorrow to accompany his boss to finalize the furniture, and then arrange for the employees to join. It was almost the end of the month, so it would actually be okay to bring in new people starting next month. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoyan said, "How can this be possible?" They said they can come to work immediately and are full of work enthusiasm. How can we refuse them? First, we can rent a meeting room in the 5-star hotel next door and complete the entry procedures for them there. We can let them come to work after the office is renovated. Qin Shuang said in embarrassment, but we haven't decided on the person in charge of the Human Resources Department yet. Lin Ruoyan was a little sleepy after reading so many resumes, so she said, for candidates from the Human Resources Department, why don't you consult with the Human Resources Department of the Lin Group? Just let me know when you're sure. Qin Shuang had to admire Miss Lin's intelligence and insight. Wang Kuei said that General Manager Lin was very concerned about Miss Lin's real estate company and provided support with all resources at the first time. For such an important department as the Human Resources Department, it must be recommended by the Lin Group to make General Manager Lin feel more at ease. Once the people from HR and the President's office are in place, at least there will be someone to share the responsibilities of office decoration and some miscellaneous chores and social events before and after the land auction next week. Miss Lin is really an expert. So although her selection criteria are special, they must have a deeper meaning. Qin Shuang went to the 5-star hotel next door that Lin Ruoyan mentioned, rented a medium-sized conference room, and planned to make a roll-up sign in advance that would read, Lin's Real Estate Company New Employee Signing and Induction Conference. She had originally planned to decorate the venue in a simpler way, using the mineral water, banknotes and other supplies given free of charge by the hotel when she rented the conference room, and asked Wang Kuei to go to the Lin Group to print out the labor contract for free, and then he could bring it over himself. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoyan said that although there were not many people joining the company, the first batch of employees was of great significance. The office was not originally decorated, and in order to let everyone have a good impression of the company, the sense of ceremony must be strong. It's okay to rent a conference room this big, but add refreshments and make it like a small banquet. By the way, put a sign and a box for collecting resumes at the door, in case someone comes to recommend themselves. Qin Shuang thought it made sense, and then he realized that renting a 5-star hotel meeting room for the onboarding was also for marketing his real estate company. Compared with the venue rental, a small dinner party is actually not expensive. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. Only by creating a good image for the company in the early stage can talents actively join you later. So she worked overnight to make job recruitment posters, as well as materials for the induction meeting. Anyway, Ms. Lin had no cost control, and gave her 200,000 yuan in cash in advance, so she didn't have to pay for it herself. After fully understanding the leader's intention, she certainly had to strive for perfection and make all the materials look extremely high-end and perfect. Chapter 28 Unexpected Benefits. Lin Ruoyan hasn't thought about anything else these days. Apart from setting employee salaries according to their highest market price for similar positions, she also has to find ways to improve employee benefits. She specifically told Qin Shuang that the company would be engaged in high-end real estate in the future, so the image must also be taken into consideration. Therefore, after completing the entry formalities, high-end clothing must be tailor-made for each employee. A dedicated person will be asked to measure the body data of each employee. When the time comes, the clothes and shoes that employees wear when they go to work will be issued by the company, and the standard of clothing purchase per person is at least 10,000 renminbi per set. In addition, a high-end beauty salon near the company specially opened a company VIP card and deposited 100,000 yuan into the card. Company employees could go there with their work ID cards and the money for image maintenance could be deducted from the company account twice a month. Hearing this, Qin Shuang was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. This is not the end yet. According to Lin Ruoyan's vision for the company, the work schedule is from 9 to 5, with a break of 1.5 hours in between, and no overtime is allowed on Saturdays and Sundays. The company does not require clocking in, and the reasons for being late or leaving early as stated. If you need to pick up children or take care of family members, you can work flexibly, and you don't have to stick to the 9 to 5 rule. Women can take 2 days of paid leave every month for their menstrual period. The company has also specially decorated a water bar and a long row of leisure tables and chairs, providing free coffee, drinks, and snacks. A refrigerator and microwave are also placed to facilitate everyone to eat in the company. We should also add some fitness equipment outside the changing area so that people can come here to exercise during lunch breaks and when they are not busy at work. Qin Shuang had wondered before why Miss Lin asked for such a large space to be reserved for the water bar and the changing area. It turned out that it was intended for such a purpose. Is this still a serious company? Why is it becoming more and more like a large leisure center?
No matter what Qin Shuang thinks, Lin Ruoyan will not change her mind.
In fact, this is all she wants for the company. It is not as outrageous as building a botanical garden in the headquarters office building like in foreign countries. It is said that there are people in foreign countries who do not have to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation once they enter the company office building, and they do not want to leave for the rest of their lives. She still hopes that employees can have a normal life after working 8 hours. On the day of the onboarding procedures, Lin Ruoyan arrived at the venue early, but found that when Area, the director of the Human Resources Department, had arrived even earlier. During the chat, Lin Ruoyan realized that she seemed to have poached Li Yiqi's people. In the original book, Li Yiqi's company encountered many difficulties when it was first established. It was this elder sister who persuaded various talents to join and survived the most difficult time of the startup. This HR director used to be an outstanding employee of the Lin Group. She later started a business with her friends but failed. Now she heard that the Lin family was going to open a real estate company and needed a HR director. So she asked the current HR director of the Lin Group, who she had promoted, to help with the planning, and she was successfully hired. In terms of human resources experience, Director Wen is even better than the current HR director of Lin Group. Even though she left the company, she maintained a good relationship with all departments of Lin Group. Later, the business failed. It can only be said that the track chosen by the partner was wrong. She herself has done her best. In the original book, when Area was depressed and confused, it was Li Yiqi who gave her a hand and helped her prove that she was not incompetent, but she just had not found a good partner. Lin Ruoyan also thought that Area's state should be worn down by the failure of his business. After all, he was a contributor to the Lin Group. Now she offered a position for Director Wen to come and relax. She would not give Area a chicken blood like Li Yiqi did. But Area, who returned to Lin's again, was grateful, knowing how good her old employer had been to her. How could she not know how to cherish and repay? So she swept away her previous decadence and arrived at the venue more than an hour earlier today to help with the preparations, determined to build a good talent echelon for the company. Although she didn't quite understand the people Lin Ruoyan chose, it didn't matter. Perhaps this was Miss Lin's uniqueness. Otherwise, why did the Lin family prosper while her own startup collapsed? It must be a human problem. She must learn from others this time and take a closer look at how they run their companies. When the first batch of employees arrived at the 5-star hotel, they were somewhat hesitant. When they were notified to go through the entry procedures, the attractiveness of the salary was definitely the first priority. As for the fact that the company was newly established and where to work, they did not particularly care. So when they heard that the company's office was still under renovation and they needed to start work earlier, they didn't care. Anyway, they all thought that their positions were just small roles, and they just wanted to ask the leader who was handling the formalities today whether they could calculate their salary earlier if they started work earlier. As a result, they entered a 5-star hotel and walked into a high-end venue that looked magnificent, which was specially prepared to welcome them to the company. It subverted their 3 views. It would be a lie to say that they were not moved. This was the first time in their lives that they were treated with such attention and courtesy. In the past, they might have only been able to enter such places as cleaners or waiters. They also envied those well-dressed men and women who discussed important matters while having tea and snacks. They felt that they were inferior to those people and that they might never be able to reach such a high level in their lifetime. However, today, the company's boss Lin Ruoyan told them with facts that from now on everyone is a member of the company, the position does not represent identity, everyone is a worker, and their contribution to the company deserves respect. Then they saw their well-printed contract and the incredible benefits listed on it, which were far more generous than they had ever imagined. It's understandable that the front desk works from 9 to 5, but aren't the people in the president's office and the driver around the boss and on call? Lin Ruoyan said that she would not call employees during non-working hours, and if overtime is really necessary, she will pay multiple times the salary in accordance with the labor law. Is this for work? This is simply for enjoyment. It is incredible. Only the heads of the human resources and finance departments were a little worried, but when they saw the new employees' ambitious expressions and their determination to devote themselves to the company, they felt that it was all worth it. Anyway, the real estate company is just starting out and the land hasn't been purchased yet. Everyone's workload is not saturated, so it's okay to take it a little easier. After signing the contract and completing the employment procedures, male and female tailors were waiting at the door to measure everyone's body data and customize work clothes. With the reshaping of everyone's previous worldviews, everyone gradually adapted to the job. At this point, the new employees have completely accepted on a spiritual level that the company is a high-end real estate company. As a member of the company, they also represent the company's image and must pay attention to their words and deeds and work hard to improve themselves to be worthy of such a good company. Lin Ruoyan used her credit card in advance to buy gifts for each employee. The ladies received a cosmetics set, and the men received the most expensive electric shavers, which they let everyone take away when they left. This kind of gift is equally suitable for both men and women, which makes Hua Mengmeng very touched. She still remembers the embarrassment of not wearing makeup when she applied for a job at Lin Group due to financial difficulties. This time she came to borrow cosmetics from the sisters, fearing that she would be picky again. Now Miss Lin gave everyone gifts when she met them. She must work twice as hard in the future to be worthy of the opportunity given to her by the company. Chapter 29: The Day of the Auction. The office is not ready yet, so I completed the entry procedures today. Although the salary calculation has started, I don't have to go to work. Qin Shuang suggested, how about letting new employees participate in the purchase of the company's soft furnishings and office supplies? Lin Ruoyan only cares about how to decorate her large, sunny office. As for other aspects, as long as the cost she has preset is spent, everyone else is up to their own wishes. So it's fine to let them arrange their own daily needs. She gave Qin Shuang full authority to take care of it. In addition to office furniture, they also had to buy a business car for the company. Neither she nor Qin Shuang knew much about cars, but it didn't matter. The company's driver Zhang Li had already joined the company, so she asked him to buy it. There was no limit on the price. After he chose it, he could call her and she would directly transfer the money to the account where the car was sold. Wen Area is currently the only director of the Human Resources Department. Lin Ruoyan originally asked to rent the venue for a whole day. The Human Resources Director will interview 2 subordinates of the Human Resources Department and candidates other than the Director of the Finance Department. For these 2 positions, Lin Ruoyan still needs to select the best and the most capable, and she is relieved to have an expert like Wen Ya to check. Qin Shuang took Feng Qiang, Hua Mengmeng and 2 receptionists, a man and a woman, to purchase office furniture, which included but was not limited to regular office desks and chairs, stationery equipment, as well as a coffee machine, refrigerator, microwave oven and a bunch of other bar items, in addition to fitness equipment. Just making such a list is enough to make other people in the president's office dumbfounded. The 2 experienced receptionists can handle regular office supplies and home appliances. For large items such as complete sets of office desks and chairs, computers, copiers, and printers, you have to go to the corresponding stores to see the actual products and compare prices. The book is set in the millennium, when there was no online shopping with free shipping across the country. It was the norm to go to various physical stores to buy things, and just going to these stores would keep people busy for several days. Lin Ruoyan herself was not idle either. In order to fill her luxurious office, she went to the most high-end furniture store in Beijing. She followed the advice of professional interior designers on the style. Whether it looked good or not was secondary. The only thing she cared about was that it had to be expensive. The day of the land auction arrived in a flash, and Qin Shuang was more anxious than Lin Ruoyan. Aren't the most important things these days the research and preparation and cost estimation before the land auction? Why hasn't Miss Lin arranged any work for everyone? She hasn't even recruited people for the relevant departments. She went shopping and bought everything she needed. Without the boss's order, Qin Shuang could only let Zhang Li drive the newly bought commercial vehicle and take everyone to the target plot for a look, but he had no idea where to start. Lin Ruoyan didn't hire anyone because she didn't find any suitable resumes. She didn't dare to hire those professionals who were too ambitious and hardworking. It was terrible that such employees forced the boss to be ambitious. Besides, it was very simple to bid at this time, just to quote. She just made do with it. It's nothing like the real world 20 years later, when buying land requires a detailed design plan with renderings and economic calculations. Now, those who come to bid for land only have a cost estimate at most, and they will not bid if the bottom line is too high. There are very few people who can stand up and explain the project positioning clearly. Xiao Qin and his friends had never done any real estate projects, so they were so anxious. Feng Qiang was not in this industry before, but he had a wide network of contacts. He secretly asked around and roughly understood some key points. He advised Qin Shuang to stay calm, saying that as long as the price was high, there was no need to rush for anything else. The core idea of the CY District land auction this time was to sell the land at a high price. On the day of the land auction, Lin Ruoyan only brought Qin Shuang and Feng Qiang, and the driver Zhan Li waited outside in the company's business car. Her family's luxury car was too high profile, and the Mercedes-Benz was her brother's car, so it was not easy to borrow it. The company's business car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan was just right. After entering the venue, the 6 invited units were given table signs, and everyone just had to sit down according to the assigned seats. Lin Ruoyan took a quick look around and found that 4 of them had state-owned enterprise backgrounds, namely Baolai, Haizhong, Jingjian and Jingkai, which were exactly the same as described in the book. And as expected, Lin Ruoyan saw Fang Yu. Fang Yu and 2 of her subordinates greeted Lin Ruoyan. Although she had a smile on her face, she couldn't hide the sarcasm in her eyes. After all, the real daughter was only a high school dropout. How dare she open a real estate company? A newly registered real estate company, it is said that they are still recruiting staff, and they must have sneaked into this auction through the back door. Lin Ruoyan remained modest and only said that she was there to observe and learn. Looking at Fang Yu, who was sitting opposite her with a determined look on her face, she was not anxious or impatient. After all, Fang Yu's arrival was the same as described in the book. She took another route, and she should have prepared the routine of buying a small apartment for basic needs. Fang Yu's upper limit for buying land would not exceed 60 million yuan. If it exceeds this budget, her own funds would not be able to support it, and she would never take the risk to invest. The other 4 state-owned real estate companies were all asked by the CY district government to help fill the gap. For example, Jingkai had some shares in the CY district. If the land price was too low or even had a tendency to fail to sell, this company would be arranged to take over first. As long as the transaction was 1 million higher than the reserve price, the CY District Committee could also maintain its reputation. There is a reason why the CY District Management Committee is so insecure about this piece of land. This area is in the middle of nowhere, far from the 4th Ring Road, and the 5th Ring Road is still under construction. The bus and subway are only 1 or 2 kilometers away, there is no decent hospital, and the elementary and middle schools are all very ordinary. To put it in a good way, it has a little bit of everything, and it is about 10 minutes by bike to the future Olympic venues. To put it in a bad way, it is just mediocre and close to nothing. The Planning Bureau has set a very high plot ratio for this area. It was not like this a few years ago. There was a villa project nearby with a plot ratio of 0.7. The land area was very large and it could create a scale effect. Now, as Beijing expands outward, the plot ratio is rising year by year. This piece of land actually requires a plot ratio of 1.6. The land area is more than 60,000 square meters, but the built area is only 100,000 square meters. The scale is not large enough, and there is a height limit, so it can only be a small high-rise building with less than 12 floors. If you want to use the design idea of raising high and shooting low, you can save some indicators by building a part of the high-rise building, and the rest will definitely not be enough for townhouses, forcing developers to build small high-rise villas. After much thought, experts who know a little about real estate all suggest that the target customers should be people who have just come to Beijing to work hard, and that the entire property should be designed mainly into small 1 or 2 bedroom apartments that meet basic needs, with a slightly higher unit price but a low total price and quick returns. When the high-rise buildings are delivered 2 years later, the 5th Ring Road will at least be repaired, and there will always be a subway and bus connection around. The people who need the houses are young and strong and go to work in the city during the day, and they don't have to worry about having children or seeing a doctor for the time being. When they really have children and bring their parents over, and the Olympics are open, the area will become popular, and the necessary supporting facilities will probably open for business. In addition to Lin Ruoyan, the other 5 companies present basically had the same idea, and they must control the total price to be low and fast selling. If they slightly consider the living comfort to support a higher unit price, they will build the house higher and leave a larger garden, but the house type will not be larger. After all, the target customer group is young people who have just established themselves in the city, and the house price that can be afforded by emptying 6 wallets is not much higher, at most 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per square meter, and the total price is within 400,000 yuan. You should know that this area was built near the 4th Ring Road 10 years ago, with department stores, cinemas, and hospitals all around. When the company sold it to an individual, The high-rise central-owned housing was only 30,000 to 50,000 yuan per unit, and the resale price was only 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Now this piece of land is even more remote, and the community will only be inhabited in a few years. There are no supporting facilities, and 300,000 to 400,000 yuan per unit is unbelievably expensive. Therefore, Fang Yu's positioning at that time had actually pushed the total price to the ceiling of basic needs. Lin Ruoyan seemed to be there to watch the fun. She had not participated in the first few rounds of bidding from the other 5 companies, but just watched with a smile. Until the price was raised to 59 million, Fang Yu gritted her teeth and added 1 million, and the land payment reached 60 million, which was far higher than the reserve price. The other 4 companies dared not follow suit, as they thought it would be too much to raise the price any further. The host asked, "Is there any other bidder? If they don't raise the price, it will be Yuming Group." "Wait." Lin Ruoyan raised the number plate in her hand and said, "I'll raise the price." Chapter 30. She is stupid and rich. Fang Yu glared at Lin Ruoyan, wondering what was wrong with this stupid daughter. Did she see that she was determined to get this piece of land and deliberately raise the price with her? Well, then, I'll play along with her. Fang Yu thought she was a very competent professional and had some successful performance in the south. She was very sure that if the land price of this project exceeded 60 million, if it was not held back and sold for a few years, it would not make any money at all given the current purchasing power of Beijing's rigid demand. Could it be that Lin Ruoyan had other ways to make money? Or did she have a way to bid high for the land but did not pay that much, and then return the land in the end? If the CY District Committee really plays it this way, then it's a bit shady, and it's better not to get involved in such muddy waters. Since that idiot daughter of the Lin family wanted to raise the price, she would follow suit and raise the land price even higher. She could just not do the project, but she would teach that idiot a lesson. Having made up her mind, Fang Yu also prepared the number plate in her hand. As long as Lin Ruoyan raised the price by 1 million, she would follow suit. Seeing Fang Yu's gloomy face, Lin Ruoyan roughly guessed the other party's psychological changes. It was nothing more than thinking that she was a fool who was angry and was just bidding for the land. In the end, if the price was raised to a certain level, Fang Yu would definitely withdraw. After all, Fang Yu's bottom line was 60 million. If Lin Ruoyan raised the price by 1 million at a time, the two of them would probably continue to argue back and forth for several rounds, which would waste too much time. So Lin Ruoyan directly called out a price, "I'll add 20 million. R." The host almost thought he was daydreaming. What did the boss of Lin's real estate company say just now? It's understandable to raise the price by raising the sign, but the current bid is only 60 million. Wouldn't normal people usually increase the price by 1 or 2 million? Obviously, if you add another 1 or 2 million, probably no one will follow. Miss Lin directly raised the price by 20 million. Could it be a slip of the tongue? She can't tell the difference between 10,000, 100,000, and 1,000. In theory, she shouldn't come to such a formal occasion to hold up a sign. The spendthrift system didn't care what the point of bidding so expensively was. After waiting for so long, it finally saw their host seemingly competing with others in spending large amounts of money, and couldn't help but praise it loudly. "The host is awesome, just do it, you must surpass Fang Yu and kill her with money." Fang Yu trembled as she held the sign in her hand, and almost dropped it to the ground. She also suspected that she had heard it wrongly. But the idiot is really rich, isn't that what everyone says? All the companies present took the calculation form as the basis for their bids, but Lin Ruoyan's desk was empty, with a bottle of mineral water on it. This person not only didn't bring any reference materials, but also didn't bring any brains, right? If Lin Ruoyan had only raised the price by 1 or 2 million, Fang Yu could still have raised the price a few more times. But now that she had directly raised the price by 20 million, Fang Yu really didn't have the courage to raise the price any higher. The host asked 3 times but no one responded. Lin Ruoyan did not regret saying anything like she had called the wrong name. With a knock on the gavel, the auction came to a successful conclusion. Representatives of the 4 state-owned real estate companies came forward and sincerely congratulated Boss Lin on the high price of the land. After all, it was for the overall prosperity of the real estate industry in Beijing. Anyway, it was not their own money. This kind of land with a base price of 40 million yuan was sold for 80 million yuan. It is estimated that if new plots of land are available in the surrounding area, they will also be similar. If the land price is high, the housing price will definitely rise. The momentum is good. The happiest people were the people from the CY District Committee. At first, they were not optimistic about Lin Ruoyan's young company and young people, fearing that she was just here to observe and learn. She did not make an offer, so no one took her seriously. Now, Lin Ruoyan has made a big splash by acquiring the land directly for 80 million yuan, doubling the premium, which will definitely be beneficial to the subsequent land auction. The leaders of the committee all looked at her enthusiastically, as if she were the god of wealth. They shook hands and greeted her warmly, saying that she was courageous and had vision. If there were any difficulties in the future project development, she could just tell them. The committee would solve them if they could, and they would help coordinate various resources for those that could not be solved, and they would definitely not delay the development progress of Lin's real estate company. Feng Qiang, who was standing by, didn't understand professional issues like land prices, but after Boss Lin bought the land at a high price, he gained the attention of the leaders of the CY District Committee, who personally promised to solve the problem. This kind of convenience might not be obtained by spending money in other ways, so of course he admired Boss Lin's foresight. Fang Yu originally wanted to just walk away. She had prepared for almost half a month, working hard on the calculations, and had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars just to ask for favors and connections to get invited in. She was determined to get the project, but in the end, Lin Ruoyan intervened and she didn't get it. How could she not be angry? These leaders of the CY District Committee only care about money, not people. Once that kind of invisible network of contacts is established, the Lin family will surely be able to prosper in the CY District in the future. Feng Qiang understands this principle, and of course Fang Yu can understand it too. But Fang Yu was leaving openly at this moment, and it would be too rude not to come up to congratulate. If she wanted to make a living in Beijing in the future, she would definitely have to go through the Lin group. So Fang Yu could only suppress her anger and come forward to congratulate with a fake smile. She listened to those people of status complimenting Lin Ruoyan one after another, praising her like a flower, and finally couldn't help it. The tea smell came out, and she said in a yin and yang tone, "Ms. Lin, I wonder when you will pay the land fee. I heard that for this kind of formal land auction, the land fee should be paid as soon as possible." Anyone who works in real estate can hear the smell of gunpowder in these words. Today's land auction was just a show, and the payment and formalities were to be completed in several installments, which were all discussed in detail by the buyer and seller behind closed doors after the meeting. Who can really give 80 million to the seller at once? Generally, the operation is to pay slowly and long term, and they would like to pay the money in installments over several years, which can also keep the committee on edge and avoid being embarrassed. But they all don't know that Lin Ruoyan has a spending target of 100 million yuan every month. She has been planning for a long time and today is finally the day to spend some money. She will definitely not talk about installment payments. What if the committee leaders carefully reviewed her qualifications and found out that her company was newly established and was still recruiting professionals, and refused to give her the land and plan to bid again? Won't all her work be in vain? The longer the night, the more dreams you will have. Delay will lead to unexpected events. Paying the money cannot be delayed. Fang Yu's reminder was absolutely right. Lin Ruoyan responded with a smile of genuine gratitude and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Sister Fang. It was because of your talk about real estate at the last charity reception that I was able to make such a bold attempt today. As for the land payment, I plan to pay the full amount during the bank's office hours today." Fang Yu was so surprised that a big light bulb could fit into her mouth. Her mind went blank and she couldn't think of any words to answer. She couldn't just tear her face off and call the real daughter a fool with a lot of money, right? But she really didn't expect Lin Ruoyan to be so reckless. Not only did she bid for the land at a high price, but she also planned to pay off the land payment in one go. It's obvious that this guy doesn't know how to play around with real estate. Fang Yu took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and comforted herself. She would have something to cry about when this idiot loses all his money in the future. No matter what others think, the committee members are already very happy. The leader immediately took up the conversation, arranging his subordinates to quickly check the receiving account with Lin and fill out the sales contract as soon as possible. Lin Ruoyan pointed at Qin Shuang and said, "Just check the contract with my assistant Xiao Qin. I only have one request, that I pay the full amount today. If she completes this month's target one day earlier, she can enjoy the rest of her life peacefully, right?"